I want to thank the ladies for inviting me to come today. I love to speak, but I haven't spoken in about 5 years because I've had a lot of health issues. So this morning I woke up praying that I would not cough, so I've got a cough drop in my mouth. And then also, I need to ask, is anybody here over 80? Okay, so you know my problems. I need to get to the bathroom quickly. So I've also prayed that would not be a problem too. So thank you for copying this book for me. This booklet I put together many years ago after teaching my class on hospitality, and I was asked to teach a Tabitha class, which is another word for Dorcas, and just showing young girls how to learn to be hospitable, how to be young Christian women. Some people call it God's precious daughters. Whatever you call it, I had tried to condense material so that you would have scriptures, you would have Bible examples, and some other things that I think would help. So some of the things you'll find in your booklet are really geared toward the younger girls, particularly about the proper behavior in church worship and that sort of thing. When I did mine, what you will see is probably about page 16. This is a table setting, and I'll show you what I had done with that. My granddaughters are now 25 and 22, but when the oldest was about 3, I fixed up just the back side of a vinyl placemat to show her where she put all the things on the table, so she could use this as a pattern for how to set the table. And then I put this same type of thing on the back side here, and when I copied it into a plastic folder, it was clear on the front and back, then I had them put it in backwards so that this was showing through the plastic, so the ladies would be able to see, that whenever you want to set the table, the children or the parents could just set it up from that. It would kind of give an idea. So a lot of this is just resources for you, and you're welcome to use anything that you want from it. I'll tell you where I got some of my things. There was a hospitality handbook for Christian women that was put out many years ago. It was edited by Ann Lucas, and it had a wealth of information plus recipes in it. And it was used at a ladies' day that I went to before I started teaching my class on hospitality. They called it Angels Unaware or something like that, or Entertaining Angels, I believe they called it. And so they used a lot of the things from her book, so I'm giving her credit for it. But I was using this one time, and I just told about it, but I didn't have the book. And so a retired preacher's wife, she and her daughter had both been to one of those where they had this book, and she was cutting down on things, so she sent this to me with a sweet note inside it. So it's one of my treasures. So I just wanted to share that with you to let you know that there are resources out there. But, some things you'll find a little bit of things that'll help you. Other things will be very rich with you. Another thing that I have found very useful for whatever I've got to do is it's called Quick Scripture Reference for Counseling. And I was working up a ladies' day, and I've forgotten what the topic was, but anyway, I thought, I was looking for self-help books, that kind of thing. And this has all these different topics all in here. And it's a quick scripture reference where like this one on imitating Jesus, it would copy the scriptures that would have what you need right there. One thing I found, it was weak on trying to teach the plan of salvation, so I added a lot of extra stuff. So, this is the kind of thing that you might want to use sometime. I had gotten it back in 2003. My husband taught me how to write, where you got things and what date and all this. So I've had it since 2003. At that time, it cost $11, so it might cost you double that now. But it's very valuable and very, very worth it. I took it with me one time. If you remember the Columbine High School shootings, those were about 2 miles from our house, or maybe a mile from our house. And we were gone to a mission trip coming back from through Fiji when we heard about the shootings. Well, one of our ladies in the congregation had a son who was badly injured in that. In fact, we had a couple of ladies that happened with them. Another lady was hiding in a closet, in the library, and some other kids were in the building. So this was very personal with all of us. Well, this one woman called me. She said, "I need you to come over right now. I need to talk to you." Well, I didn't know what she was going to talk about at all. So I grabbed this in my Bible and went over there. It turned out to be alcohol, because she was struggling with this after her son was paralyzed. So, whatever you have, whatever the need that you have, that you need to talk to somebody, something like this might be very helpful to you. Another thing, I'll disappear from, I'm sorry?
Could you tell me the name again?
Yes, I'm sorry, I meant to finish that. Okay. It's called Quick Scripture Reference for Counseling. This was the 3rd edition. They may have more editions now. The editor is John G., as in glory, Kruis, Kruis. And I got it from a bookstore in Denver called Mardell's. It's a sister organization with the Hobby Lobby, so you might be able to get it through them somehow. Or Amazon. I guess most people get their things from Amazon now. Another thing, and I'll get all these things out of my way then. I carry note cards with me when we travel. It's a good idea because this way, if you need to write a quick thank you note for whomever you've been with that has maybe done a meal for you or done special hospitality for you, you'll have your cards right there with you. And then I was going to share something else. Over the years, we've done a lot of different types of hospitality. And we had one lady that was needing a car. She was a new Christian. She didn't have a car. She didn't have any way of getting in to go to worship unless we went to get her. And I said, we need to find somebody who has a car that they can loan her. And then I remembered, okay, my husband had just had a wreck. He had replaced his car, and we decided we were going to donate a minivan. And we thought, well, let's give it to her. So she wrote me a series of cards for all the things. So just little ideas of things that if somebody's done something especially valuable to you, you might want to think about something like that, like she did. Okay. I'll explain a little bit about my background for hospitality. I'm going to put my phone down in there, too. I don't mean to be disappearing all the time. I grew up with a lot of hospitality. My mother had beautiful dishes, but she was busy. She was like Mary and Martha. She was busy cooking and that kind of thing, so she didn't have time to set things up and make it look pretty. But I was taking high school home ec, so I knew how to do things. So I liked to fix her tablecloths and put her china on the table and the glassware and the silverware to try to make it look special. So that was my introduction. Plus, my sister became a home ec teacher. Her husband was a preacher, so I kind of watched them do some things. But now, even though I've grown up with hospitality, I've had 3 years of home ec in high school, then, all these years, almost 60 years of marriage, I'm still learning. So please don't think I'm an expert. And I will have my problems sometimes when I'm not the best hostess. Everybody has a problem with it sometimes, that when we start something new, we're not the best at it. Or maybe if we're getting rusty with it, well, we may have a problem with it again. So just think about this, that sometimes, it may be harder for you. And I will tell you, at age 80, it's a whole lot harder than it was when I was just 30 or 40. Because nowadays, your hands get to where they don't work as well, your hips don't work as well, and those of you who are my age or older understand this, And now here we are. I was on oxygen for 2.5 years in Colorado. It was just too high an altitude for me, so we needed to move. And so we thought, well, where are we going to go? So we thought we've got to go to a lower altitude, and Wayne has this heart for evangelism. We'd been wanting to help start the congregation over in Littleton for many years. And the congregation in Lancaster had thought, well, it had gotten down to about 2 men. They thought, well, maybe we need to move it to Littleton at that time, they were thinking about. And so we were trying to find students that were graduating who were ready to come, would you consider going to Littleton? We had no idea how hard that would have been for them, because even for us who are seasoned with doing a church plant or working in evangelism, it's still very hard. You have to continually keep up with the people that you're coming in contact with, and you're having them, finding contacts from all different sorts of ways, and sometimes they will pan out. Sometimes, like Keely has told us, that here in Tilton, that sometimes you will have, people, it will take a long time to get people to really get involved. And so I've asked the elders here, how long did it take you men who are from this area? How long did it take you to become a very strong, faithful Christian? it may be much more longer than what we have to live. So we're trying to get other people, younger people to come up, and when we first met Keely and her family, Keely was only 13. Now she has a son that age. I thought she was the mom because I hadn't met Linda yet. She was just so mature. But, if somebody had told us even 15 years ago, okay, the Aspies and Keely and David and the Burgers are going to wind up in New Hampshire, we'd have thought, oh, no, you're making that up. That's not true. But it did turn true. And we fell in love with your group when we came here for doing the lectureship 7 years ago, and then maybe 5 years after that, or 2 years after that or so. So we've enjoyed that. Well, our hospitality has taken on a different kind of level than it used to just when we would have somebody over for dinner or we would have people overnight or whatever. But now we are having to use it very much with having the church meeting in our home or having a Bible class in our home, just having it open to the public. And we've had times where we met at the kind of a community center. It was called the Tower Room at the local opera house. And then now we're meeting at a senior center, and we're getting really cheap rent on that. It's kind of like donation kind of thing, so it's really nice for us. And that was probably better than asking strangers to come to your house where they're not as comfortable. But, I love having the church in our house. I think that's really good. What is really hard, excuse me, my cough drop. I apologize for that. What is really hard for me is when we try to do overnight guests that I don't know. This has happened a couple of times. One of them was a supporter, though, and I wish that I could just clone that elder. He was so sweet, so good, so encouraging. And if all of our house guests could be like him, I would love it all. Before we moved, we were intending to move 2 years ago. Our house was being remodeled. It still is. It's still a work in progress. But all the windows were out of our house when it was time for the movers to come. There's no way you could live in it. And so I had to stay there, and we'd already packed up most of the stuff. I had a couple of big dish packs that were still, put pots and pans in there and pull things out. When it turned out that my husband needed to come up and I needed to stay and sell the house, I almost forgot how to cook. And that hampers your hospitality because, when you have people over, you need to have something that you can fix for them. Well, after about 3 months of that, and then about another month or two before we could get into our kitchen in the renewed house, then, you lose your confidence a little bit then. Tonight we have a group of 16 coming in. They're coming in from the Razorbacks for Christ are coming in from Arkansas, and they're en route right now. So they do all of their own funding, and they came last year. They do all their own fundraising, so they have it all figured out where they're going to stay, what they're going to eat. And they do community projects, and we're doing a seminar. So that's going to be really good. We're looking forward to that. And when I got the list of the group that's coming, we knew at least half of them. And I had tears in my eyes because you don't know how much encouragement you need until it comes. Because, you're just not prepared for that, about how much it's going to mean to you. I want to talk to you about what hospitality is and what it is not. It's not just it's not like part of the hotel industry where you have hospitality kind of major in college or something. It's not like how you run a resort or a bed and breakfast, but it's not like the world that uses alcohol and thinks that that's part of hospitality. Biblical hospitality is giving of ourselves to others. And you can open your heart in hospitality, and that's what I've called the name of the book here. Open your heart in hospitality, because so many times people don't realize what it takes to become hospitable. There's synonyms for hospitality. Sometimes it's being kind to others, greeting others warmly, sharing, welcoming, being friendly, and it also can be just sharing. Because many times, I have the word sharing already, I'm sorry I said that, but serving is what I meant. Because you're giving of yourself to other people. Now, all of these can be done at the church building or wherever you meet, or it can also be done at your home. And it just kind of depends upon where you are, but you just need to be welcoming and warm to others. And what I've learned to do is just take myself out of the picture, because I remember when we had a building about this size in Arkansas, and I felt so uncomfortable if I was going down the aisles before worship and class and meeting everybody. It just felt so uncomfortable. I felt like everybody was looking at me. No, they're not looking at me. I need to be looking at them. So, we just need to take ourselves out of the picture and think about what can we do to make somebody else comfortable. And after we moved from there and moved to what was Columbine in Colorado, the church building had just been built, and so a lot of people in the community were thinking, we need to go to church. Let's go there. They kind of had an ownership in it. So we had visitors' luncheons, which you'll see something about this later on in the booklet. We had visitors' luncheons every Sunday, which meant you took a potluck every week, or maybe later on, if you got it big enough, you could do maybe once a month in one of your groups. But we had people who would come, and then we could try to set up studies with them. So Wayne had baptisms every month there. So we were reaping the harvest. Well, after we left there, then we went up to the mountains in Conifer, and we started to work there, and worked with them a few years later. And we drove back and forth to Columbine for about 7 years and then worked up there. And we were finding, okay, this is harder when you're doing a church plant. And then we moved to New Hampshire, and it's even harder here because I know that the soil is not quite as ripe now as it used to be many years ago, and things have become very liberal, and people in both Vermont and New Hampshire are the two states who have the least interest in worshiping God. And that's sad. And in Littleton, we especially see that there's a huge liberal presence, and they're very active, and they're very proactive with what they want. And so, it's a harder situation for us. I want this to be your resource book because it's got scriptures in it, it's got your a lot of Bible examples, and it's got tips that you can use. I didn't put in all the scriptures all the Bible examples. Look what I did with marking my Bible. These are the commands and the scriptures about hospitality. These are the examples of people in the Old Testament and New Testament. Okay, a lot of times people use hospitality and entertaining as interchangeably. I grew up calling it entertaining, but entertaining sounds more like I'm doing a song and dance or putting on a show for you, and then I'm here to make you just be wowed. And that's not really hospitality. Hospitality is thinking of the other person and making them feel comfortable. But now sometimes with entertaining, you might want to have a special occasion. If you're doing a wedding reception, or you have it in your family, or you're doing a special shower, you might need to think about how you want to do that, because that might be more entertaining than just hospitable. Okay, a lot of times you wonder, well, where's the best place to do this, in your home or at a church building? Well, when we first went to Columbine, I was excited about having people in our home. And the lady said they had been through 7 years or so of meeting in their homes and not having their own church building. They said, if you only understood that, you'd understand why we want to have the showers at the church building. I said, oh, sometimes you just have to kind of understand what the climate is of where you are then. And it may depend upon the size of your expected group. If you have a small house like we did in the mountains of Colorado, we could have only a tiny group in the house in cold weather. But in the summertime, we could have people out by the deck or by the creek, and it was just really nice there. And I miss that. It was so pretty. But a small group, if you think you're going to have a small group in whatever you're having, like if it's a shower where not very many people know that couple, it might be good to have it in a home, because if you have it in a church building and you have this big empty room, it really shows up that there's that there's a lot of empty space, and it might feel like apathy to them. I'll go into the rationale of the hospitality class that I did. We have the scripture of Romans 12 through 13 that says that we should practice hospitality and share with people who are in need. And then 1 Peter 4, verses 9 through 10 reminds us that we should serve others without grumbling. Now, that's one I sometimes have to remind myself of, because I asked my husband just last night, I said, now, why was it that we had that couple spend the night with us? We didn't know them. We took them to dinner. Why was that? And he said, it's because of who we are, not who they are. So that is a good reminder for us that we have to do the right thing, even if it's not comfortable, and even if it makes us, go out of our comfort zone at all there. Hospitality is required of leaders. In the scriptures that give the qualifications for elders, in 1 Timothy 1 and 2, 1 Timothy 3, verse 2, and Titus 1:8, it says that they must be hospitable. And it lists all the other qualifications, but it always says hospitable. Because, if you have an elder that's like that, nobody's going to want to come to them with their problems. Nobody's going to want to feel welcome that way. So they are to be hospitable. Hospitality should also be shown to strangers. Hebrews 13:2 is often misquoted because it tells that do not forget to entertain strangers, for by so doing, some people have entertained angels without knowing it. And that's Genesis 18 and 19 is a reference of Abraham and Lot. And really, when you look at that, they did not realize when Abraham was sitting under the tree in the tent on the door of his tent, and some three men approached. He just saw them as men. He didn't realize who they were. They were actually angels. But it was so important to offer hospitality in those days because there were no motels. There might be caravan places people could stay if they were on a caravan route and traveling. But he was offering hospitality, and he said, "Please come in and stay with me. Please come in." And so then they did that. And then later on he realized that one of these was the angel of the Lord, which when you see angel of the Lord, that's a reference to Jesus before he came to earth in the form of a human. Hospitality also should be shown to the poor and to be an encourager. Isaiah 58:7 says that we're to feed the hungry and the poor wanderer, and help them and provide the poor wanderer with shelter. And when you see the naked, to clothe him, and not to turn away from your own flesh and blood. So it's showing we really have to be concerned about other people and be helpful for them. And then Luke 14:12 through 14 says, when you give a banquet, invite the poor, the crippled, the lame, and the blind, and you will be blessed. Although they cannot repay you, you will be repaid at the resurrection of the righteous. Many times people think, well, we'll reciprocate. Well, they had us over, so we'll have them over. And we don't need to have them over. We haven't been in their house yet. No, it's not a keeping score. It's a reaching out and using it as a way to get to know people and to share what you have with them. Also, hospitality can soften attitudes. This is one I'm going to have to work on right here. 2 Kings chapter 6, verses 22 and 23 mentions Isaac being a really good example of trying to behave no matter what the enemies around him were doing. He was living in enemy territory, and the enemies were coming in and stopping up their wells. Well, the wells had hand dug in those days, and they had to have those to have water for their livestock and their families also. And so they kept stopping them up, so he would just move over and dig another one, and did that several times. Finally, these men realized, okay, God is with them. I can see that he's, that he's being good to them. So Isaac gave a feast for them, kind of, having a peace treaty. And after he did the feast for them, they never came again. They never bothered him again. Right now, we have a situation with a next door neighbor who moved in after we did. They had 3 dogs between the two of them, and then they took in another dog, and I don't even have to be outside for their dogs to bark at us. Plus, we have workmen who are working a lot, but it can be nothing. I came up the stairs yesterday with the back door open, the sliding door open, and I was being barked at. I wasn't even outside. And so before we left on our trip, I did go and talk with the man, and I prayed about it, had a letter laid out. I want to be a good neighbor. Here's where the dogs are being a problem for us. Please control them, that kind of thing. And I need to exchange phone numbers with you. Well, when she had first moved in, they moved in separately. But when she first moved in, I had gone over to meet her, and she told me that she had 2 dogs. But she said, but they're not a problem. Well, they were small dogs. They were kind of yippy-yappy, but not the deep, rough thing that bothers you. But when her boyfriend moved in, then that's when you have the deep barking. And so I thought, okay, I have his phone number now, but now they won't answer the phone. So I thought, oh dear, now what are we going to do? So I told her, I said, maybe we may have to have them over for dinner or something, because I don't want to make an enemy anywhere, but especially where you're trying to plant the church and where you're trying to make a good impression with your next door neighbors. But this is a challenge that comes up. So you may have something similar. I've heard of other Christians that had something where it was a very difficult next door neighbor. So, just kind of bear in mind that sometimes our hospitality can break down barriers, and it can help. Also, one of the things, there's a widow's requirement. 1 Timothy 5, verses 1 through 16, tells about women who don't have anyone to take care of them in their old age. And it said, verse 10 of 5, 1 through 16 says, if she has shown hospitality to strangers. I said, okay, I'm good. Maybe I don't have to worry about the future here, because this is one of the things that back in those days, there was no Social Security. There was no IRAs. There's nothing. If you didn't have a son to take care of you, then you were just, you were bereft, and you might just die. There was an article that I had read in one of the books that I was preparing with, and it was called, Let Me Tell You About My Dining Room Table. And she said, we have to think about anything we're doing, use it for Jesus. And she said, my dining room table is not pretty. It's got lots of scars. It's been all over the world, because this family had been missionaries. You'll probably remember the story. And it's battered and scarred, but a lot of people have poured out their hearts at this table, and it's been tear-stained, and it's been, enjoyed by many, many people. But she said, I don't have to tell you about all the things that happened for you to know why I love this table. Well, you can cover a table, even if it's just a piece of plywood on sawhorses or something like that. It doesn't have to be fancy. Throw a cloth over it. It could be a twin sheet that would fit, or it could be a tablecloth, and the legs don't show. And so that it kind of becomes invisible that way. You have specific opportunities when you have missionaries come in, when you have guest speakers or house guests, or when you need to have the elderly over, because sometimes people don't do as well when they're left alone, or maybe just 2 people, because they're not eating as well, they're not taking care of themselves as well. So you can have them over, or take care of the poor. Training our children to be hospitable, keeping members faithful. That's one of the big things for us with a new work, and influencing non-Christians. Let me explain some things about kind of starting new habits and things, because we were working with Bear Valley for many years, and we had works going on all over the world. Well, we were blown away one year when a dentist and his wife had retired, and they moved to Nepal and worked with dentistry over there. And they started the church, and it was just amazing what they did. And so then the next year, somebody else came and was telling about the Nepal work. And they said, well, this other congregation's wanting to take it over. This one's doing it. And said, we've had a kind of a turmoil here. And this man was a retired school administrator. He gave us something that I have held on to, and it makes so much sense. He said that there are 4 stages with anything with growth, and I applied it to our congregations. He applied it to the work they were doing, but I'm going to apply it too for learning new habits with hospitality. The words are form, storm, norm, and perform. Those words, I don't have that in your handout, but form, you're forming a new habit, or forming a congregation, or forming a new business, whatever it is that's new. And there's excitement with that. You're like, oh boy, I'm going to do this, and this is going to be great. And then the next stage is storm. And that's when in a congregation that you may have people that have competing ideas, which is what was happening with that mission work. And here's where you make mistakes. But you learn from your mistakes. It's not how many mistakes you make, but it's what you do after your mistake. And I will tell you some of the mistakes I had. When we were first married, Wayne had been in Three Rivers, Michigan, with them paying it ahead for him to go through school without having to take out a student loan. And so we knew that's where he was going to wind up. Well, there's one couple and their little girl who they were like family to him. They had him over all the time. So I thought, okay, we need to do this now that we're married. We need to have them over and I'll have this nice meal. Well, back in those days, we did a lot of Jell-O molds, where you'd have the Jell-O salads. Does everybody remember that? And that's fine. To get it out of there, you dip it in hot water and turn your plate on top and then flip it. I let mine sit too long. So as I was plating it, they came in our back door. They were backdoor guests, and I thought, oh no! So it went all over the floor. So that was one of my first mistakes. Another one was there was another couple. He was a race car driver, just kind of local kind of stuff. And I was going to put out the candlesticks and all these beautiful wedding gifts we had. And Wayne said, they're not really the candlestick kind of people, so put that away. So, you make mistakes as you go along. But that was not the last mistake I made. I've had others, too. Years ago, we were always having the students come up when we were living in the mountains, and we'd have them come up for breakfast or sometimes for other meals. Well, Wayne was going to have them come up for, I think it was a barbecue meal or something like that. And so it was announced, but then the time was changed. But the students, the wives, didn't know that the time had been changed. They had the original time. They showed up an hour earlier than I was expecting them. And do you know what that does for you when you're trying to do a big meal? And so Wayne was gone to buy ice and last-minute stuff, and so it was just my granddaughter was with me, and she said, Grammy, can I help you? I said, yes. So we slashed the menu down, and then she helped me with the bread and all kind of stuff. It turned out okay, but it was not my finest moment, I can tell you, But what I did, we had a very hospitable couple. This lady could have taught all my classes for me. I mean, she was so good. But I just put them in charge of entertaining everybody out by the creek. And I said, just entertain everybody. And her husband was one that before they came to school, he wanted every topic already planned out because he was very shy. He was a great song leader, became a great preacher, and retired now, but he didn't have the confidence that he needed. And so he said, okay, what are we going to talk about? Okay, what are we going to do? So before they would have anybody over, he had to have topics that they could do. It wasn't natural for him, He became good with it later, but that was one of the things that happened. So that was when you have the storm, you have the mistakes. And then the norm, when you become comfortable or when your congregation becomes comfortable and you see growth, this is where we want to be. We want to be growing. And then the last stage is perform. And that's when it's easier, it becomes part of you, where it's just second nature to you. And with a church, I think of this as when you finally have an eldership in a church building. And I think I would love to just bottle all of y'all up and take you to Littleton with us because you have a church building. You have a wonderful set of elders. I would take any of you members there, and I would love that because this is what we need when you're starting out with nothing. So again, that's form, storm, norm, and perform. So as you develop new habits, if you go through a storm part, pick yourself up, dust yourself off, do better the next time, and then it will become comfortable, and then it becomes part of you. Okay, how much time do we have in this first session?
Until 11, but if you need more.
No, I'll just introduce the book a little bit more for you. Okay, in your booklet, what I did about the first page 1, I did about the synonyms and then the synopsis of these scriptures about what God has told us, what we need to do, and who we need to entertain, who we need to do hospitality for. We've gone through that. Now, when we come back after our break, I'll start talking about some of our Bible examples. And I've only given you just a few in the Old Testament and just a few in the New Testament. But There was a whole long list of them. So, the Bible is full of teaching us about people who need to show hospitality. And some of them, there's a whole lot about it. When you get to talking about Joseph, I read 14 chapters for you. And the reason why I went back and reread all this, we find that with a lot of people who have not been studying the Bible recently, or even those of us who, we haven't gone over that story recently, it becomes scrambled scriptures. And I don't know if you feel that way, but, we do scrambled eggs and do salads that are mixtures. But sometimes we mix up characters or events, and they say that the stories that are the scriptures that are the most familiar, we need to read again, because sometimes we'll put what we hear out in the world into what we're wanting to say. So when we come back from our break, we may talk about Abraham at first, and then we'll come back with the others. I'd already mentioned a little bit about Abraham, that was most likely that was Jesus that he saw. And the whole thing was that God was giving him another promise about his family that he was going to have, and about how that everything would be, growing through him. And he was getting this promise. And then one of those stayed with him, and the others went on, and that was probably Jesus that stayed right there with him, the angel of the Lord. And then the other two went to Lot. And God was protecting Lot because of Abraham, because the scripture says that God knew he could choose Abraham to start the group of people that would be his promised people during the Old Testament. He did that because he knew that Abraham would train his family and have them properly trained and growing in the right direction. And so this is where that he gave that promise. Now with Lot was his nephew. Lot had moved with him when they moved from the Ur of the Chaldees, which was kind of a modern city. They had kind of a caravan kind of thing. They even had running water in their toilet type things, kind of like, maybe like latrines or something where the water was running. They even had rent-a-carts for moving things, So it was, it's not like just a plain place that was just, desolate. It was a modern city for their day. So when they moved there, well, then Lot went with them. Well, they both became very wealthy because Abraham had a lot of flocks and herds, and so did Lot. So they needed to separate. Well, Abraham let the younger man choose first. So Lot chose to live in the plains and the nice places that looked, like a lush area, like I would like to see. But the problem was there were sinful people there. Even though he was respected as being one of the leaders, he still, people were thinking, yeah, you're a stranger and you've come here to tell us what to do, But God was going to destroy that city. And so the question was, well, if you find 50 righteous here, will you save the people? I should look at this again to make sure I don't get it mixed up too. 18 and 19. And he started out with, if you can find 50 people here, will you spare the city as Sodom and Gomorrah? Well, what about 45? Well, what about 40? Well, what about 30? And he got it all the way down, reducing it constantly till he got it down to 10. Well, there were not even 10 righteous people there. Now, Lot and his wife had 2 daughters who were engaged. He called them sons-in-law because they were as though they were married, but not completely married yet. Well, the sons-in-law thought it was a joke, and they didn't believe it. So when the time came for them to leave Sodom and Gomorrah, well, then he had to get out of there because the men of the city wanted to meet these men who came. They were wanting to have sexual relations with them, homosexual relationships. It's a horrible thing. And finally the angels had to pull him into his house, and they had to strike those men with blindness so that they would not be able to find the door of the house there. It was really a bad thing. And Lot even suggested, well, look, I've got 2 daughters here who have not been married yet. And what about me sending them out to you? Would you want to be a woman whose father said that for you? I guess he knew they would not accept that because they did not want a female. They wanted a male, which is horrible. But anyway, they were told to get out of the city. Well, these were angels that could see what was happening there. So this is where the scripture says that Abraham and Lot were the ones that entertained angels and didn't really know it at first who they were. That doesn't mean that we're going to entertain angels, although some people we've had in our home, I thought, well, they're just like an angel. They're so sweet. They're just wonderful, but that doesn't mean they are an angel. So be careful about that. That the ladies' day I went to years ago when I pulled up a lot of this stuff, it was called entertaining angels, and I thought, no, that's not really true, because we can twist scriptures to say what we think they ought to say, and we've got to be careful about that. Okay, when we come back from our break, well, then we'll go on with the next one here. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Easy.
Great information.
I'm sorry?
Some great information.
Oh, thank you.
So we'll have a break about 15 minutes. I forgot to mention earlier, other years we've had books for sale. We didn't do that this year, but we do have books over here. You are welcome. They are free. Just books that we have from Brotherhood writers, and you're welcome to yourself, or welcome to take some. There we go. Around the corner here in the back room are snacks. Please, again, just water in here. We'd like to not have coffee and things like that spilled. So enjoy yourself. About 15 minutes, we'll ring the bell or sing a song or something to get you back.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you go in the back room in Lexi's classroom, don't run. There you go. It's okay. Do you want to hear it now? Not this time. My daughter's actually very good now. She's starting to learn, so problem plus pattern anyway.
Now, your husband lives where? So you don't see them all that often. Oh, okay. Yeah, we get along. So then he has
and then why, but then, like shopping, I can't wait till I go shopping. Last time I went to them, they gave me this.
She's like, you went 360, so I see the road. All right. Say it again. Okay, after the song? Okay. All right. Welcome back, ladies. Welcome back. We're going to have a song so we can gather anybody else in who's not back yet. If you'll turn to page 569, please. I can find it. 569. All right. And I think for sake of time, let's do verse 1, 2, and 6. And then I have a special little surprise for you. I hope you don't mind. It'll be really short. And then Martha's going to walk us through some things about lunch before we start in on the second lesson. So, all right. 569. Take my life and let it be. Take my life and let it be consecrated, Lord, to thee. Take my moments and my days, let them flow in ceaseless praise. Take my hands and let them move at the impulse of thy love. Take my feet and let them be swift and beautiful for thee. Take my love, my Lord, I pour at thy feet its treasure store. Take myself and I will be ever only all for thee. And then just for a moment, do you still want to? You want to help me? Jocelyn wanted to share a song too, so come on up. 668 is the one that she picked. You'll have to use my book because I found it already, okay? All right, so I love you, Lord. You sing it nice and loud. Ready? I love you, Lord, and I lift my voice to worship you, oh my soul. Rejoice, take joy, my King, in what you hear. May it be a sweet, sweet sound in your ear. Thank you. I didn't know that was coming till this morning, and so I didn't have time to prepare myself for that.
Let me get my camera, whatever I did with that. Oh, it's here. Jocelyn, would you mind to go back up there for just a moment? I love that you kids are doing that. That was beautiful.
Your little chair, scooch over. Scooch over.
Got to get my camera just a moment here. That was so nice, Jocelyn.
Thanks.
1 second. Okay, just a moment.
Oh, she wanted to get a picture.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to get a picture for doing that. Sorry. Okay, almost. That's what happens when I turn it off. Okay. There we go. Okay, 1 second. Any day now. Okay, here we go. Okay. Thank you, Jocelyn. That was so nice.
Sorry.
You did. Fantastic. Good job. All right, go sit down.
At lunchtime, we just want to do a real quick, I know some ladies cannot do the stairs, so we are having we have tables set up in the other room, but we're going to have girls deliver your food today. So those that are eating in the back room, do we have names?
Nobody specifically said on the list whose names they were, so
All
we
right.
just need them to
So
raise it.
if you don't want to do the stairs and you want to eat in there, if if you could raise your hand, and I'll pass these out, and at some point, if you have for gluten-free, we have our menu. Just circle the things you want, put your name there, and the girls will collect them when we get ready for lunch, and they will serve you your lunch in the other room. So, if you would like a menu and meet up here. All right. Okay, so Lisa, you're on.
We're going to have a quick scripture.
Oh, look, scripture reading, sorry. Where are
Do you need a little chair? We'll hear you. 1, 2, 3. All right. Nice and loud.
Above all, keep loving one another earnestly, since love covers a multitude of sins. Show hospitality to one another without grumbling.
And what time do we break for lunch? I should have picked up one of those.
At 12 o'clock, we'll be done with the lesson and have something that we're doing while we
Okay, all right, that's good then. Okay. And one of the sweet ladies gave me another kind of cough drop. Maybe it'll hold my voice together better than that one did. Sorry. This is one of the things that happens when you get older. Your body betrays you. You get to where your hands become like claws. I can't wear my rings anymore, so I just bought a silicone one, And you get to where you can't walk, you can't see, you can't hear. So that's what happens, and you can't speak. Okay, on your Bible examples in your booklet, we talked about Abraham and Isaac already. Joseph is one of my very favorite Bible characters. There were 14 chapters that I read about him, from chapter 37 through chapter 50 at his death. But chapter 43 is the one where we find that he had given a feast for his brothers who had sold him as a slave. The backstory to that is that he was one of 12 sons from their father, Jacob, or Israel, is another name for him. And so this father had 2 different wives and 2 concubines. We don't like that kind of thing, but that's what the way it was. Well, Rachel was his favorite wife, and so Joseph and Benjamin were born to her. Joseph was a special son to his father because he was of his old age. Well, Benjamin was the one that his mother died in childbirth with him. So that's kind of the background of the story. With Joseph, God was with Joseph, and God had a plan for Joseph's life. But his brothers didn't really appreciate hearing the fact that, their father made him a very colored tunic, and it was very special, and they didn't have that. They were older, they were just treated just like sons, and they were not treated specially. Well, then here we have him where he started having dreams, and he started telling his dreams to his brothers. And he said, I was just like there's a sheaf, and I stood up in the middle, and all you bowed down to me. You were sheaves, and you bowed down to me in the field. And they thought, well, are we supposed to worship you? They just thought that was horrible. And then he had another dream that even his parents would bow down to him too. Well, this was a forerunner of what was going to happen. So when his father sent him out to the field to check on his brothers who were herding the sheep, he had to go all over the country to find where they had actually gone. And he had brought back a bad report about his brothers at another time, so the brothers didn't like him at all. There's a lot of hatred and a lot of jealousy. And part of that is because the father showed favoritism. And if you're a parent raising children now, that's so dangerous when you do that. Kids will think you have favoritism when you don't. They will interpret things in their own way, but just try to make sure that they know you love all of them just the same, because they will interpret it wrong sometimes. Well, in that case, they were correct that their father was giving him special treatment. So they decided, here comes that dreamer. Let's get rid of him. So their plan was, let's kill him. Let's put him in a pit. Let's strip off this robe off of him, put it in some animal blood, and take it to our father, and he will think, oh, a wild animal has devoured my son Joseph. That's what he believed for years and years and years. When we first came upon Joseph here, he was 17 years old. Well, a couple of his brothers had a little bit better idea of what to do, and one of them decided, well, rather than killing him, you put him in the pit, and I'll come back later and get him. Take him out and take him to my dad. So that was the plan. Well, then later on, they looked up, and there was some Ishmaelites coming. They were on one of those caravans, and they thought, aha, we can sell him, and we'll make some money, and he'll be gone, and then they could forget about him. Well, he was sold into Egypt. This was God's plan, because God was going to preserve life for them, because God knew there was going to be a famine coming on, and it was going to be a famine that would cover apparently the whole earth, according to what the Bible says. So the plan was that when Joseph got taken down to Egypt, he was sold into the household of Potiphar, who was a bodyguard to the Pharaoh. Well, everything that Joseph touched just prospered. But the only thing he was not supposed to do was to be with Potiphar's wife, and Potiphar's wife was a seductress. She kept going after Joseph. She kept trying to seduce him, to the point that finally she grabbed hold of him when there was nobody else in the house, and she grabbed his garment. He got out of it and left it in her hands, and he got away from her. And he said, how could I do this and sin against God? That's an important thing to remember. Anytime we're tempted to sin, we're sinning against God, not just against our own family or our own heritage or ourselves. We're sinning against God. So he got thrown into a dungeon. Well, while he was there were two of the Pharaoh's servants who were thrown into prison too. And during this time, Joseph had risen in the prison system where he was really helpful, and they put everything in charge. I mean, he was in charge of everything. Joseph was just an amazing fellow, just an amazing man. And God had blessed him. God had handled all this. Well, so here he was now in prison in Egypt. It looked horrible. But, when these two men in prison with him came up with their dreams, and they said, this is troubling. We had dreams last night that bothered us. What do they mean? And back in those days, they thought every dream had to have a meaning there. I think our dreams really just are reprogramming our minds during the night now. But in those days, that's what they were thinking. So one of them was the cupbearer of the king. He dreamed that he was squeezing grapes into the Pharaoh's cup. And so it turned out that what it was that he was supposed to be able to retain his job, be restored to his position. And it was going to happen within 3 days. Well, the other man had dreamed that he had a basket of bread things, because he was a baker. So he had a big basket, and he dreamed that the birds came and ate all the stuff out of his basket. And he didn't know what that meant. And there was like another thing that happened. It was with the three things there, 3 days. He said, this is going to happen, that you're going to lose your life. And this is what happened. So then when the one man lost his life, but the other one was restored back to the Pharaoh, then Joseph said, please remember me when you go back to the Pharaoh. Please remember, because I haven't done anything wrong, and here I'm in this prison, and I'd like to get out. So it went on for another couple of years before the Pharaoh had dreams then. And the dreams that the Pharaoh had meant that there were going to be 7 years of great plenty in their land, followed by 7 years of severe drought. And so he told him, he said, what you need to do is find somebody who can help you to make plans for this, to save up, and then be able to preserve life. So before the whole thing was over, the people just had lost everything. They had sold all their land back to the Pharaoh and everything, because when the Pharaoh saw that Joseph had interpreted his dream, he said, I want you to be the one that is in charge of this. I can't find anybody that'd be better than you, because the magicians couldn't answer the dreams. Nobody else could do this. So he said, I want you to be the one that's in charge. So this is what he did. So then the Pharaoh dressed him in beautiful garments, the things like there would be like a Pharaoh's robes. And he put his signet ring on his finger so that anything that he would seal, there'd be official seal there that showed it came from the government. And he got to ride in the chariot. Everybody would bow down to him. And then eventually, when his brothers needed to come up to come down to Egypt to buy food, they bowed down to him. And there was a whole series of things of how he was trying to he knew who they were, but he was trying to test them to find out, okay, now, are they really true men now, or have they changed? What are they like now? So he even asked them, well, tell me who you are. Are you spies coming to see what our defenses are like? And they said, no, we're real men. He said, well, who all is in your family? So he said, what about your father? So he told about his father, who's Joseph's father too. And then he had it where that they would buy the food, but he said, but you said you have a younger brother. Okay, I'm going to have you stay. One of you has to stay behind, and then when you come back again, that younger brother better be with you, or something's going to happen. You're bad. So anyway, it's a very interesting story the way it all worked out. At the very end of the story, though, then when they came and Joseph did a feast for them. Now here, these were the ones who tried to kill him. They were the ones who sold him into slavery. He was in a dungeon for several years, because by the time that we saw him at this last time, he was 30 years old. And he had gotten to marry and have children. And it was telling with the children he had. He named his children Manasseh, which means I've forgotten all the troubles that I had. And then the other one was Ephraim, a fruitful bough. So Joseph looked on the bright side of everything. But when he gave this feast for his brothers, he set everything up where they would be served, the oldest to the youngest. And Egyptians at that time could not eat with the Israelite people, because the Israelite people were herdsmen, and the Egyptians were very, how would you say this, they were thinking that they were in a better situation, so they didn't want to eat with agricultural people. So anyway, they were sitting separately. Well, when they were all served, the oldest to the youngest, and when Benjamin was there with them, when he did this, Benjamin was given 5 times as much as everybody else, and he was the youngest, and he was taken from the from Joseph's table to him. And so the brothers were thinking, how would he know all this? What our birth order is? How would he know all these things? And then he finally had to just excuse himself and go out and cry. Because he was just so overcome with emotion. He loved his younger brother, and he didn't know if he'd ever see him again. And now here he was, getting to see him. Finally, he revealed who he was, and they were afraid. And then after Joseph made arrangements for their father and all their families to be moved from Canaan all the way down to Egypt to preserve their lives, and they were going to live in the land of Goshen and be able to be herdsmen there, then, they thought, oh, after our father dies, he's probably going to lower the boom on us and we're probably going to die. But no, Joseph did not. He said, what you meant to me for evil, God meant it for good, because God was preserving life. So I think there's so many lessons. I really encourage you in your devotional time, read the stories of Joseph, because it's just so rich with so many lessons that we can learn about how we deal with our adversities and how we deal with people that are not being very nice to us and that kind of thing. Okay, the next example we have is King David. King David, remember, had been a servant of King Saul. And then he was anointed to become king before Saul was even taken out of the picture. And King Saul had a son named Jonathan that became the perfect friend for David. Now, Jonathan was a prince. You'd have thought, okay, he would be next in line to become the king in place of his father. But he was like a brother to David. He loved him so much. So then later on, after Jonathan and David and Jonathan and Saul had both been killed, Then David asked in 2 Samuel, is there anybody left of the family of King Saul that I could show kindness to? And now this is after somebody has tried to kill you with a spear multiple times, tried to chase him down, tried to, cause all problems for him. So what he did was that he found out that Jonathan had a son who was crippled in both feet. His name was Mephibosheth. And so he said, I want him to come and eat at my table. So I want him to be able to come constantly, come as much as he wants to. And he said, I want all of his lands to be restored. All the things that belonged to King Saul, I want those to be restored to take care of Mephibosheth. So I think this was a very, very, important story for us about somebody who was really trying to show kindness to his best friend, and also, even though there had been enemies in the family. Then we come to the Shunammite woman in 2 Kings 4:8. And this is a very, very common story that you hear about with hospitality, because the prophets would travel. Like, we used to have circuit riding preachers in our country years ago when there was much a wilderness area. Well, back in those days, the prophets would ride from one place to another and teach people. And so here this prophet, Elisha, would come through regularly. So this woman, from the Shunammite woman, said to her husband, I'd like to build a little room for him so he has his privacy. And the houses were kind of flat roofed at that time, so they built a room up on top of there, put in a little lampstand and a table and a bed, and had that up there for him. So then, he appreciated that when he turned in and stayed with her and her husband. And he said, what can I do for you? And she said, well, I don't need anything. I live among my own people, and I don't need anything. And he said, and he realized she didn't have any children. And for a woman not to have children in those days was just, you just felt horrible. You felt like you'd been cursed or something. So he said, a year from now, you're going to have a baby. Well, then we see the baby grow up then. And then later on, the baby was a young boy, and he fell out in the field where his fat dad was. And so they found that he was dead, and they took him back to his mother. Then Elisha came, and Elisha laid on top of him, this breath to breath. And then it restored his life to him. So this is something that the Shunammite woman was being hospitable just because of who she was, but she wasn't doing it for her own benefit, and yet she got a lot of benefit from it. Then the next Old Testament scripture I have for you is Job 31, verse 32, where he said that his home was open to travelers. And this is back when he was being accused of all of the pain that he was in with all his boils and his terrible suffering, that his friends who came and just sat and just looked at him for days and didn't say a word. And then when they started talking, they started accusing him and saying, oh, well, you're having these problems because you must have sinned. You must have done this and that. But Joseph said, no, I've done this and that, and I haven't let anybody go hungry, and that my home was open to travelers. So he was showing, that he was hospitable. Then when we turn to the New Testament, we see Mary and Martha in Luke 10, verses 38 and through, I can't tell what I have with that. I think I forgot to write the other 40-something or other, where Jesus stayed in their home. And this may have been Martha's home. It seems like it was Mary, Martha, and Lazarus who lived together in one home. But it seemed as though Martha must have been mostly in charge. And I think of my sister and me because she was older and kind of in charge, and I was the one I'd be more likely to be more like Mary, sitting at Jesus' feet. And Martha was busy working and all this. And we know that when you're having a meal for someone, there's work to do. There's work to do just to get it ready. So Martha was concerned about everything she was doing to serve them, because Jesus wasn't traveling alone. Remember, he had his apostles with him. He had other people that were traveling too, so it was more like a banquet. And so, she said, Jesus, don't you feel bad that she's, can't you tell her to come in there and help me? And he said, she's really chosen the better part because she's listening to me teach the Word of God. But so they are a really good example that you hear a lot. And when I was a young bride, there was a book that was written called Martha, Martha. And a woman's husband had put a little sticky note or something like this on her bathroom mirror saying, Martha, Martha, And because she was so busy with everything and grumpy about everything, and so it made her stop and reevaluate her life, and she wrote a book about that. Okay, the next example I have is Zacchaeus. Now, this is in Luke 19. Jesus was walking along with teaching people and going from place to place, and Zacchaeus was a tax collector, apparently very wealthy, because the tax collectors were required by the Roman government to collect a certain amount of taxes from the people, and anything extra they took was theirs. And so these tax collectors had a bad reputation. They were not loved by the people. They were despised by them. And so he was just, he had heard about Jesus, and he wanted to know more about him. So he, being a short little guy, he ran ahead and climbed up in a sycamore tree. And the kids will remember Zacchaeus was a wee little man and climbed up in the sycamore tree because Jesus he wanted to see. And so that's a very, very common story for children. But Jesus said, come down from there because I'm going to go home with you today. Well, that was upsetting to people around him, thinking, you're going to go and have dinner with a sinner? What are you doing? That they thought it should be people like them. And he was reaching out to everyone. Then we have the story of Lydia. In Acts 16, verses 14 and 15, Lydia was a believer of God, and so she would come to worship by the creek side or the river side, because that's if there were not enough Jews in an area to Jewish families to have a synagogue built for them, then they would just meet at the river. Well, so she was down by the river when Paul and his group were there, and so they taught her, and she was baptized, and then she compelled them, just insisted that they come and stay in her home. Well, Lydia was a wealthy woman. She was selling purple dye or purple clothing, and who would wear purple in those days? We love purple, but it wasn't common for them. Only royalty and people who were extremely rich could wear purple that way, and so she had the means of all this, and apparently she had a household that could help take care of them. So they stayed in her home. So she offered hospitality even as a brand new Christian. And then we have Phoebe, who was commended by Paul as being a helper of many. We read about her in Romans 16, verses 1 and 2. Okay, we don't know a lot about her. It just says that, that help her whatever she needs, because apparently she was a helper. We don't have to know everything about somebody to know if they're hospitable, or they're called as a helper, or they're doing something that is furthering the gospel. We may not know everything about them. Then we have Aquila and Priscilla. I changed the order of these last two here because we would read about Aquila and Priscilla in Acts 18, verses 24 through 26, and also Romans 16, 3 through 5. The church met in their home, and they taught others. And one of the things we see, Aquila was the man, Priscilla is the woman's name. Anytime you saw her called Prisca or Priscilla and her name was first, that meant she led the discussion. So she was teaching Apollos, one of the people who was very eloquent in the word but didn't know all the scriptures. He didn't realize Jesus had already come, and he was still teaching about getting ready for him. So they took him aside. They didn't embarrass him. They didn't come and say, "Oh, wait, you're not telling the truth." They took him aside privately and then led a discussion to teach him more accurately. And that's a good example for us there. And then he worked with them, and then the church met with them in their home there. And then the last one I have here is Onesiphorus from 2 Timothy chapter 1, verses 16 through 18, to show that he was kind to Paul when Paul was in prison. Many of the scriptures that we read about of the gospel accounts were written while Paul was in prison. They call them the prison epistles, or epistle is a letter. And so, there were people that might have been embarrassed that, our leader is in prison right now. But this didn't embarrass them. They realized that he was there because he was brave enough to teach the gospel, and that he was being put in there by the people who were jealous of him there. Okay, pages 5 and 6 in your little handbook I gave you show ways that we can be hospitable. And I had done this part for the younger girls. So I have it where it was written with parents' help to do these things. And these are things that if it applies to the younger girls, it can apply to us too. Where I have things like taking food to people, taking food for the church pantry, sometimes giving up your room for guest speakers or grandparents or other guests that come in, and making something for somebody who's in the hospital or in a children's home, or adopting a grandparent in the congregation or neighborhood, helping to clean the house or the yard for the sick or the elderly or widows. And we realize as we get older, our bodies don't work as well to do that kind of physical labor. So having a child who has all this energy is wonderful. I remember back when I was a child and people would say, oh, I wish I had that much energy. I thought, well, why don't you? But I know now why they don't. You use it up. You use it up. Okay, I also have that they can run errands and bring others to church and open doors and help people to the cars. Back when our children were little, we were doing an open house. Excuse me while I moved that cough drop that was stuck to my cheek. We were doing an open house at Christmas time, and we told the kids, they were about 3 and 5, and we said, well, now you can take people's purses and coats and put them on the bed there. So we didn't realize they were going all the way down the sidewalk and meeting them right there by the street, and they wanted to help everything, but they learned, they like to do that. I heard a lesson many years ago by an elder's wife, and she said anything that she had belonged to Jesus. She said, if somebody needs a ride to church or a ride to the store, that's Jesus' car. I can take them in it. And I thought it was such a good lesson. And she said, we could have bought a more expensive house. She said, but we bought a less expensive house and worked on it so that we'd have more money to use for other people. And I thought, that's such good lessons there. Okay, I also have on the next page, page 6, about taking communion to shut-ins. I don't know if we do that as much anymore now. And visit homes for the elderly with our class, our parents. I remember back when our kids were growing up, we would have things where I would teach a Bible class that they were in, and we would make cookies and things to take to people. And you could tell which kids had been taught to be in the kitchen and which ones had not, because some kids didn't even know what to do at all. And my kids were used to doing, when we did Christmas parties and things, or New Year's Eve parties, I'd mix the stuff up. Then I was doing quality control as they were making the fancy things for me, so they learned about all that. I also have about sending the cards to the sick and the elderly. Adults love the attention of sweet children. They love homemade cards and hugs, just like we've seen the girls here doing the scriptures and the song leading. That's so heartwarming. That's how they learn. This is hands-on learning for them. I also have that they can plan a tea for older ladies, or set the table with nice dishes for company. And I also have one that's at the bottom one that's very important. I put a circle around it. Plan enough food for your guest, and plan on extra food. I've been in a couple of situations where I was kind of overruled by some other ladies, and we really didn't have enough food. And it's embarrassing. So always make sure, plan for extra. Then I'd like to talk to you about some things about being a good hostess, and also then being a good guest. Page 7 here. Talk with each guest that you have. When you have people in your home or in the church building or anywhere, don't ignore anybody, because some people can feel so alone even though they're in a crowd. And make sure we don't turn our back on anybody. Always try to visit with everybody. And introduce guests to each other unless they're already friends. And make your guests feel special. Use your nice manners. We all have nice manners, and we all need to remember to use them. And then when we say goodbyes, we need to say goodbyes politely. We can walk them to their car or to the door and give them a hug or a handshake and thank the guests for coming. And then number 7, especially for children, I have help your parents plan, shop, prepare food, and clean up, especially if these are your guests. If it's your birthday party or something you're doing for your friends, make sure you don't say, oh, I'm tired, I'm going to go to bed, I'm tired. Well, Mom is tired too. So if it's your company, make sure you help Mom. Now, here's one I'm really still working on. I wrote down, be ready on time. If you've been to my house, I may not have my makeup on when you get there. I'm still working on that, and I'm 80, and I don't know if that's going to get much better. So I'm still working on it. I'm still a work in progress. If this is at night when you're having guests over, make sure you have the outdoor lights on for them, because you don't want them to stumble getting to their car and have a broken leg or a bad fall of any kind at all. And then one of the things that I'm finding nowadays, we really need to ask, do you have any food allergies or specific preferences of dislikes of food? Because it seems like it's more and more now that there's more and more people having problems with certain kinds of food. And I don't know if it's genetic, I'm hearing it's GMOs, I don't know what it is. But whatever it is that, we just need to ask. Because, if somebody's there and they can't eat anything at your table, that's embarrassing for you and for them too. Oh, I was trying to interpret my note here, that a lot of times when we're having people over, we would, in fact, when we were in Columbine especially, we would try to have people over on Sunday evenings. And so we would have a couple that people didn't know very well, maybe somebody new, and also have one of the elders and his wife there, or maybe our son and his wife, just so that you had somebody to kind of keep the conversation moving, because you may have to go back to the kitchen and get something, do last-minute things, but that can have some conversation going there. And now we need to talk about being a good guest, because sometimes this is one of the things that people have problems with. If you see RSVP on an invitation, it's French for, meaning respondez s'il vous plaît. It means respond if you please. And it means reply to your hostess's invitation. They need to know who is coming and how many are coming. And there's usually a date, especially for a wedding or something like this. They need to know by a certain date, because they've got to order food, talk to a caterer, set up tables, that kind of thing. Just be polite. Try portions of new foods and clean up after yourself if possible. And if something breaks, notify your hostess and apologize and offer to replace or pay for the damage. I still remember one of the men he's now a youth minister now, but he was at our house with a bunch of kids, and we had just a little flimsy kind of a, what do you call this? A hammock. I want to say teepee, it wasn't a hammock, and it was just kind of one of these pocket kind of things that this one not very strong. Well, they had about 3 kids on it. I thought, that thing's going to break, and so they were so embarrassed when it fell with them. And so this young man came to me and said, I'll be glad to pay for that. And he was like reaching into his pocket and said, no, you don't have to do that. But I still remember that to this day. It left such a good impression there. And keep the bathrooms lines short, because the line could be forming, and that could be at the church building, or it could be in someone's home or our home, because I know we only have a couple of bathrooms in Lancaster, and if we have more than just our little bitty group, sometimes we're going to have to wait a while for it. Always thank your hostess for inviting you. A card or a phone call later is very nice. And on page 9, I have about a small hostess gift. It's nice. It's not mandatory, but it certainly is something that gives a nice impression, especially if it's your first time to be in that person's home. After you've been there several times, you don't have to bring a gift every time you come, but it's just a nice thing, Arrive and leave on time, and don't wear out your welcome. One of the things I would say about this, I don't like it when people come 20 or 30 minutes early, because I already told you I'm not one that's completely ready on time there, and it can be very difficult. When we were having our Thursday night studies up in Colorado, we had a man that always wanted to be there 30 minutes early. And of course, he had 2 or 3 people with him. And I told him, I said, if you keep arriving that early, I'm going to have you start cleaning out the litter box, because that's the last thing I'm doing. I think he got the point there. But also, don't try to leave before everybody else, because if you do, that just sends an unwritten, kind of a flashes a signal like, okay, time to go, I'm bored, I'm leaving. So, try not to do that. Try to stay till the end of the party. And usually parties don't last more than 2 hours or so you can probably do that. Try not to talk with food in your mouth. And I'll tell you this story about Moy and me. We've been married almost 60 years, so we've known each other for more than 60 years. And the man who turned out to be, was one of Wayne's roommates and turned out to be the best man in our wedding, said, I don't know about you two. Weezy's so dainty, and Wayne is so uncouth. Well, he's not quite as uncouth, and I'm not quite so dainty, so we met somewhere in the middle. But there are some things, it's hard to retrain somebody. If they've grown up for 20 years or more, ingrained with certain habits, do you want to save the marriage and be right, or do you want to stay married? So think about that. Sometimes we have bodily noises. I do a lot of sneezing. That child that was waking up from being dead sneezed 7 times. That's about how often I sneeze when I start my sneezing. And that's one of the things, pray, I don't sneeze today. But, even though I'm using inhalers and things like this is just what my body does to clear the sinuses. But if you do have things where that you cough or you sneeze or some other thing that might happen, just say, excuse me, politely. And, just one thing is never blow your nose at the table or in a restaurant. Men are so bad about that. I hear honking a lot in restaurants, and it just kind of turns your stomach. So, that's one of the things I would say, definitely try to teach your family members not to do that. Keep your chair legs flat on the floor, because if you tip chairs back, then most of them don't have a metal frame, and even with those, it might do some damage to it. But I know that wooden chairs are just not designed to be tipped back. When they were designing the library at Bear Valley, at the school, they got chairs that had kind of a rocker to it, so that when the guys would tip it back, it's still on its rocker part. So I've thought, sometimes you wonder, I don't want the chair to fall with anybody. That would break the chair. Plus, it would be so embarrassing to that person if it happened there. And what I try to do, I try to have a bigger chair for a person that's larger, so that they're more accommodating. Because I remember one time we had some people that were there, and we were just out by the creek and on the deck, and I know the lady was flipping up the seat cushions just to make sure that the chair was sturdy for her. Because I've been known to fix my chairs with duct tape. Weave the duct tape. So it's probably a good idea to check to see. Although we did leave most of that stuff behind. I think, I need it now. Okay, leave the bathroom and bedroom as neat as you can if you're staying overnight. Now, my mother always wanted me just to spread the bed back up, because she said, I'll get to it when I can get to it. She did not want me to take the sheets off, do this kind of stuff. So, find out what your hostess wants you to do. So I'm not sure, Martha, if I remembered to ask you what I'm supposed to do, but I hope I did. And wait until your hostess starts to eat if you're having a meal. We had an elder's wife who used to have a restaurant, and that was when she was married before she lost her husband. And she said that, you're never supposed to eat until the hostess picks up her fork. So she'd say, I picked up my fork, you can start eating now. And then use your napkin. Never lick your fingers or your knife. And I don't see people licking their knives now, but that used to be a big thing you'd hear about. So if your husband or boyfriend does want to do something like that, say, don't do that. And dress appropriately. Many times that people don't know really how to dress, but, make sure you're modest. Make sure you look presentable. My daughter-in-law and I wanted to strangle my grandson a few days ago, because we were at the graduation for his sister. And he got off the plane, and he had some long pants, but he thought he wore them at church on Sunday, fortunately. But at the graduation, he was in his shorts. So all the pictures, I cropped them. But cropped them this way for me, this way for him. So I didn't want the shorts to show in the picture there. Let me see if there's something else I'm going to say. Oh, yes, nowadays we have cell phones. Keep your cell phones off the table, please. Our cell phone should be in our pocket, turned off, or it should be, in our purse, something like that. But don't have it at the table, because that just tells people, I'm really not interested in here and talking with you. I'd rather have my cell phone and scroll through stuff. So, and then another thing that can happen, when we were doing a lot of meals for visitors, that one of the ladies that was in charge of one of the groups would ask us if we would leave our leftovers with her because her son had a lot of friends. They didn't come to church. And I thought, that's not really the thing to do, to ask would other people provide leftovers for your children. So unless it's a family member or somebody offers it to you, no, just don't do that. Okay, the next pages are really for just teenagers and preteens about church conduct and about hospitality beginning at home. And I took these from a book called Hospitality and the Spirit of Love by Peggy Simpson. So those are things especially that I had for girls. Okay, when we come back for the next session, we'll talk about some of the other things that I have here for us. Okay, I think it's time for you to, is it 12 time? Okay. Okay.
A couple of things. If you got one of those menus, if you would just make sure that is circled, because we're going to pick them up in a minute or two for the kids to go get your lunch ready. And then Kathleen has some activities for us to do while those that are preparing lunches are downstairs doing that, so you're not sitting around bored and that sort of stuff. If you have your prayer request cards or your event cards, would you try and get those in the baskets on the back table by the end of lunch so that we can check through those? Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I know that you put down the chicken salad, but it's important to note that there's two different ones. One has nuts and grapes.
Okay. So ladies doing lunch? Got that? Okay. I'm not there. Yeah, prayer request cards and event cards back there. And before we do the activity, I'm going to ask Olivia if she will pray for us for lunch, and then the girls can get the menus, and we'll be all set with that. Okay? Olivia?
Please pray with me. Dear Lord, thank you for this wonderful opportunity to come together and learn from each other. And thank you for the food we are going to eat. And thank you for all the blessings of this day. And thank you for all the blessings you have given us. Thank you for Wheezy and the lessons she's giving us. And in Jesus' name, amen.
Okay, my name's Kathleen. The women here at Concord on Sunday, every third Sunday, we're studying the 6 gifts of hospitality. And I'm teaching that as I've started looking through the book. Hospitality is the love of strangers. So when Weasley did her thing, it's like, okay, I can't do a plain folder. So I thought, I'll do acrostic. I'm not very creative, so I took Googling and took different things, and that's how I came up with to fit the definition of hospitality. It is humble ourselves, seeking people, to invite them in, to cross the threshold, and open arms, sharing laughter, illuminating the treasure within you, Christ Jesus. A lot of times we see a lot of these kids on the electronics and stuff, we don't talk. And one of the biggest things where we get to know each other and communicate is at the kitchen tables or at the table. And that's one thing that came. I don't stay to a book, I just kind of go all over the place. But anyway, so I'm going to kind of divide you up in 2 groups. I'm going to divide the word in half. I'm going to see if you can come up with an acrostic. An acrostic is just something to help you learn what reminds you of hospitality, or a poem. So I'm going to ask the last 2 rows to be on this side, and you're going to get HOSPI, and then this side is going to get TALITU, and you can get together and just come up with words like I did here, and just to help us. One, to get to know, work together, because hospitality is like a domino effect. You start to know someone. You don't have to know everything about them, but then they return it to someone else. You know, someone might be good at introducing and know someone, and someone picks up, might do the study, or and then someone else, it just goes on and on. So, and we all have paper, so I figure you could use your paper. I have an extra one for you. The last two rows over here, and we'll give you about 5. So just get in a little group in seats, and we'll give you 5 to 10 minutes. Because we're busy ladies, and we don't get to know each other, so I figured learning to work together is important. You can use Google. I did. I told words on this. Okay, so I divided we're in half. You have 8. Get on there, right? Half. And mine was alternative thought. They use it to like for making for us to get to want to talk to each other, learn some of the things. Busy ladies. Sometimes this will help us come up with stuff. And then you guys got to decide which one to come up with.
Yeah, well, I mean, just kind of talk. You know, you want to talk to people, you want to be attentive. Listening, right? Ask about it. That's good. Questions. Okay. I don't know which app we're on. Mary, you said you can only
I just did talk, ask questions, love, laugh. They have that letter. Invite. But I laugh.
Doesn't know. Oh, yeah. I love this town. Really.
We have a couple for
Are we sharing this? I guess so. See if we had any of us have the same. Oh, under T, we could have table manners. Think about it. Those are good.
Now we're showing how to go forward.
I've noticed a lot on Facebook and on social media, they're really having a lot of classes in teaching. Oh, yes. You know, table manners, a lot of stuff.
Somebody was showing how to do hiking salary and everything else.
Yeah.
And work with others.
Yeah. My niece in China, she was here in
2 minutes. Okay, the first group. Can we have someone from the first group, what they came up for the first half?
We have like a bazillion of them.
Okay, well, if you want to, either I can read them or one of you can read them, or...
Honestly offers support and personal invites.
Ooh.
I don't know, we got a bunch of different, what was your other one?
Hopefully offer service, positive and individualized.
Any others?
Well, we got a lot
We
of
have lots
words.
of disjointed words that don't necessarily go together.
Well, just go ahead and read a couple of those, just to throw out ideas.
How about happily offer snacks personalized, and I can't figure out the I yet.
Okay. So on this side, what did you guys come up with? Anybody, or you want to hand me something and I can read it?
Well, we were the same way. We had just a list of disjointed words. We were TALITY. So we came up with talk, be attentive, listen, introduce yourself, table manners, and the last one, a why. That was tough. We just said yummy food and something else.
So each of those showed you what you think of when you think about hospitality. You know, it means a lot to different people, and sometimes you're opening a door, you're being there for somebody. I came back from a trip from Ohio and from Indiana. I had to do a funeral / visit my folks, and sat next to a lady on the bus because I fly to Boston. Never met her. She was, you could tell she just talked. She talked. You know, she was a visitor mother. She had taken her doctors and stuff. Well, now they were being evacuated because they're in fire in New Jersey. But it's just, that was a form of hospitality, encouragement for her to open up. But I also learned that she went to church in New Hampshire. So it opens up what you think. This is hard for me. I'm not a big group person. Just trying something new. But hospitality is a lot of things. And we represent Christ. And he didn't just think about spirituality. He also looked at if they needed the physical first, he took care of that first so he could go to the spirituality part. And sometimes I'm Martha. You think about what I need done and everything else to make it great, instead of thinking about what I can do to enjoy the time and get knowing the person. Because they're most important. There's a person that we're supposed to be loving, because hospitality is loving strangers. Okay, and you have free time until 12:30 when we can go down and have lunch. And thank you.
Well, a couple of years ago, I was going down to Seymour, Texas. Oh, so that's about oh yeah, oh yes, definitely, that is
Not bad, not bad.
Yeah, well, that's true, because,
So my I have video. And then this day, you can show Unfortunately,
unfortunately, I didn't heard just, I thought I got her just in the beginning, but that's why in the beginning, but yeah, the numbers of the show, like parents that, and we didn't
So you're an instructor.
It's been kind of a rough little bit of a rough time because I so right now because my ankle, I've had like 3 care hours, 2.5 hours, another twice taken out. And so my ankle's the metatarsals are like these things, the regulars. Right. But I still need a oil, so walk on it. What's going on is he basically does restore to so that's what we're careful about. You're not too good at that to be about so once the skin's healed up, I'll have the rest of the brace back. I'll get fitted for it, and then it'll take about 6 weeks to get back, and then she'll take it and so I've been through several subsidiaries. 3 months will have passed, and we've just been doing that's what keeps me young and things. He's walking. The double-sided brace works.
And also
so when we start,
They have a special spot in there for you.
I'll be able to have it
I think so, yeah. So cute.
I live in an apartment complex with an elevator.
Oh, that's good.
We're kind of spoiled.
We are. Certain people tell you.
Like, kids and outliers included, brothers included. The person that lived in the before, I lost her daughter after 3 months. So we just paid him. It's like I'm trying to sell anyway, so we just started to
Wow, so you came from the city?
So
I drive out of the front of Island, so I'll swing way out, so I'm going to go home and walk if I don't have to. About 2.5 hours. It's quite the haul, but it's worth it for a day. To be fair, I'm usually the one organizing events, so it's just
so many.
Right down to Frankfurt. It was in Tilton.
They have events in the fall.
Yeah. There's a lot of that in there's a lot of houses that some way they
And I tell people it's very expensive, but when you think about it, you're not paying your fee. You're not paying for your water. You're not paying for your service. And so water is anytime to stay. And that's what the 5 kids are searching for.
There's a few.
And then Smiths and all that stuff. Because it tells me it's done. It tells me that the lint dryer needs to be cleaned. So yeah, it tells me here.
Okay, and then I've heard that they don't do anything really. And I didn't realize it went after.
Yeah, and the craziest part was my certain officer goes, you ever moved to
Are you on it?
He goes, you would have lost your
A lot of friends and kids are in Chicago where they're looking slaves, but they are family there. I was in a third grade when I did roller skates and rollerblades, and I tried ice skating it's fun to watch.
Lunch is ready, ladies, downstairs.
Thank you.
It's okay. I saw it coming. I should have registered it, but it didn't register. To get the work done expeditiously. Yeah, why didn't you get it? You have her no bed. It came in a little bit. And I didn't see them anymore. She introduced herself. And you guys were down I'm not going to make decisions, but be dignified.
So are you?
We are. It's free on Kindle.
Is it? I've been looking them up. Okay. Because you've been talking about it. Like the Art of Barcelona, I think.
Oh, okay, that's what it's green. But this hospitality may not be available. But the scripture has been fulfilled. But I had to put in readers out.
I know I had a lot.
I didn't bring the other books because I thought I was going to carry. And I'm older and it's harder to carry stuff. Well, that's it. I've never been to Rhode Island, and our neighbors next door. So we have to go back to his father. And then they ran into Ben. Who went to the barking dog? The dog, yeah. The dog from Rhode Island. The dog from Rhode
I want to do this. Like there's, I know a lot of people who are like heading up to New Hampshire. I also live out this way.
Well, we love New Hampshire. We just think the first time we ever been here, someone came up to do their lectureship. Yes, thank you. I don't know how to work. I couldn't. I'm trying to think of a retreat or something, but their lectureship 7 years ago, and then a couple years after that. You know, and now we just felt like we were beginning to start a creation, and nobody was trying to do it. We had to move someplace to a lower altitude. We could go here, or we could go there. And I love the idea. So on Facebook, we lived in Little Tree, and moved to Colorado. And so I said, oh, we went to Colorado. New Hampshire. We lived out in Kansas. I think we did the end, because that was your life. I dreamed it. I could breathe, but I couldn't do it with oxygen.
Right, right. I told that too. We come to New Hampshire and we used to do some mountain climbing and stuff, and I always got to a certain point where I was like, I know I'm breathing, but I just don't feel
the highest peak is about half an hour. And it's only 6,300. We just don't know housing. And it wasn't when we were moving, it wasn't until we got completely off that plateau that I could get off my oxygen. And I needed oxygen to make sure that I was okay with the travel, because they were shot their cabins. And so my granddaughter who's graduating as a nurse said, you better be checked. And so going through all that, well then, I did fine. But I had not gotten to go there to all. I could see ourselves. And I had seen my granddaughter graduating in 2 years, because she had gone on a European study program for college while we were trying to be moved, and we weren't even moved yet. So anyway, we better get ready to do this. I'm running the restroom. I think Jocelyn and I take a few minutes.
I'm almost looking for things I can share with the ladies, like and we have all these young men that are leading in worship. All we have right now are 4 deacons from before the preacher retired. And none of them signed up for full time, and they're all introverts. So it's like, I try to find the resources that makes quick studies that they can do with the young men. And then, I'm sorry, I did. There were a few ladies.
I picked up they need a bed because.
Oh, no. It's for security. With one that way, encouraging.
But I will share with you.
So it's for encouraging little short English or people who are.
I just want to use application from an elder volunteer. So make him friendly with everything operating. Yeah.
I don't know.
I saw her. I went to church with her.
Even if you can't come and be the pastor with you,
Because they have elders in the country.
but also when if you want to connect, you're not sure what to do. Someone, oh, this person's good, then you know who to talk to. And like, you might, oh, I'm starting point, kind of.
I'm gonna go see if they
I think that they're not so.
Well, I picked up a bunch of
Right now, I'm sending people and we will be as lovely as in August. Mulder mediation. Like 3 feet of a whole basement wall removed from flooding previous before it moved in. We got all new sheet. And others flood. So now we're like, and the people, the building's owned by a congregation down south. Right. So it's a mess because the congregation who left there wasn't taking care of the building, wasn't taking care of finances. They left a huge mess that we didn't realize we were walking in. We thought, it is a gift. We thought like, oh my goodness. Well, we're finding out that they actually have to sell the building in order for it to become ours. They have to put it up for public auction. And it will be just everything in that area. We're very tight. And so we're like, wow, we're going to have and now the basement's flooded. It's like the greatest thing. And she talked about storms, like here, no storms. So hopefully we can reach that the next phase soon. But without elders, and then like all this up in the air, building either. Oh, I know. Just that it's worked out on us. Just meeting or trying to take on our family in particular, hours, weeks, months of work into this. So I don't want to start over. Try not to be discouraged, but at the same time, it's really trusting that God. There's no doubt there. It's just like. So we have a meeting tomorrow. Yeah. And with our 4 men that are sort of holding the congregation together, all being introverts, nobody wants to be out front. Like that's not their personality, but this has grown and stretched them in so many ways. And so it's nice to watch that. Right. But hard as it happens. so this might be really great. Thank you so much. It's beautiful. Deb Crooks. Oh yeah, she told me she wasn't going to be here today. I'm so sad to miss her.
She came walking in with it yesterday. We went
from her house?
I think so.
Yeah. They're doing garden work today. She told me. Right, I know, I love it.
Like, oh yeah.
That's great.
I'm trying to focus while I'm working. Of course, she doesn't do it on the break. Or, hey, can you just right now drop everything and do this? And she's doing a little better. After this last one, she just is not. She tells me she just I do things I am outside, and it's just. And Jeremiah, he gets services for the most part they're good, but it is frustrating when, so for Social Security, they're doing so many years, they have to make sure nothing's changed. His disability isn't going to change, but they still have to be certified. Document hasn't changed. I know you're in a new case, but he was supposed to have 2 weeks in before he mentioned to Jeremiah, who has, Mom, what is this? I read through it and said, all you need to do help them? Whole different story.
Isn't work fun? Can we retire yet?
I'm never gonna get retired.
I'm so ready for it.
And so it's just like, okay, I'm tired. It's just, I went to go vacation parents. I love my parents. There's always a little drama over the truth. This way. Like, I'm glad I don't have to deal with it on a regular basis. She had a stroke and no one told my parents. More than once. Oh yeah, this is how this, and some of the rumors that come out there, she, unfortunately, she finds that coming out because of her. I love her and I treat her respect, but I told Keith this one time, she was being really rude for Faith agreeing with her daughter that, kids shouldn't have to be on the go all the time. That doesn't settle well with me. And then she wanted to tell me that her brother's lying about her, saying her trouble at that time. I was like, makes it a little too stiff. I was like, it takes two in a marriage. And Keith's there too. Kids are all there, the grandchildren. It's like, no, this is not the place. Actually, you just did this to my daughter. She's, she's never been nice to my daughter since. And I told Keith that I have limitations. And she was like, that's not okay. But
The line's almost down.
yeah.
What a nice job. You guys always do a great job here.
Thank you. Thanks. We appreciate it, because we've been feeling like,
I think part of it is, when we discuss it, we kind of know we don't need to know every detail, but we kind of know what's going on. I think that's where we were lacking. We kind of, I don't need to know every detail, but.
yeah, we kind of broke up into groups,
And which is fine.
Which is fine, except we're not used to that. We're used to.
And we weren't talking to each other because no one knew who was doing what. And I'm horrible because I'm working with people, they're like, so when you email me, I'm like, oh, I'm supposed to look at my email?
Yeah.
So it just doesn't click. And the part is my fault because I'm not there asking questions because I'm not looking at email.
Yeah.
Because
Miscommunication happens. We all.
we'll get through it.
We're just working through it.
It's good though because,
We're growing and more people want to be involved.
and you need that.
That's a good problem to have.
Yeah.
That's what Ronnie was saying this morning. He's like, I can't wait till we grow. So I look at it, I said, so you don't have to do everything? He's like, yeah. Because he's always, the cook, the chef, get this kid. Not that he does everything, he knows that. But, when it's real small, it's harder.
Hi, Beth.
But no, and it's a good thing to try. We just have to learn to
Well, it's our first time.
doing it. We just have to learn. Yeah.
Hi, we're having lunch if you want any downstairs. You get a.
Let's go eat. I'm hungry.
And we'll work out the kinks. It was just like at the end, we're like,
Oh, it's like anything, right? It's
Or, do you want to join us?
We'll see. I already ate, I did the schedule this morning, so I didn't know about the Women's Day, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna
But
go.
yeah, I'm glad I made it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
It's beautiful in here. Thanks.
PMA?
They're both downstairs.
Okay, well, I think I might go home because tomorrow's gonna be a night.
A long day. Okay.
Not enough room.
Oh, hello, Kristen. Oh, is that just done?
No,
Oh, okay, good. I didn't know that. Yeah.
I was just looking to see if I had kept all my stuff, but that's where I was sitting earlier.
Oh, okay, you okay?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good. Nice to see you. Yeah.
They are. Yeah. Keeley said, take what you want. Yeah.
That's right. How are you?
We're everywhere together, right?
I guess so.
Yes. Have you been going to the Bible studies?
This past week I couldn't. My husband was helping my brother-in-law repair my other brother-in-law's garage.
Oh.
So
Yeah,
I'm hoping to this week.
I see. Yeah, I had car issues.
Oh,
Yeah.
is that all resolved?
It's gonna take some time.
It is.
I mean, at least I can drive it, but
Yeah.
it's not the best to be driving.
Right, I got it.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
that's like 1 hour.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
1 hour.
Don't do that.
I know, I enjoyed it,
Yeah.
driving, but
Yeah.
with my car situation, when I was in Europe, all winter, I went through 3 times a week there.
Yeah,
All winter.
yeah, wow.
Through the valley, windstorms, snowstorms.
Yeah.
Trish, are you gonna get to go home and relax a little bit?
Yeah.
Good, that's bad.
Yeah.
And of
But
course, I thought,
I
well, I'm
think
doing
the
fine, then I
started,
had to, I don't know, I bet.
It was what?
Hey, my mom is here.
Oh,
I got to see
no.
it this
Somehow,
morning.
it's got the timing.
Yeah,
You know, it was interesting.
yeah.
How old is Jocelyn?
She's 5.
I was sure, I thought she was five.
Yeah.
Timing. I can't
Oh,
believe
yeah,
it. I know,
definitely.
because.
It's like overnight.
Yep.
Jersey.
Yeah.
And,
She
she's just in the last 2 or 3 weeks, it clicks for her and she can sound out really short words. And that's now I'm past a season of my life. As for all the other kids, once they were reading independently, so much changed so quickly. I remember when Silas was 4 or 5 years old and he wasn't sight reading yet. I remember asking my mom, we started practicing letters and practicing writing numbers, and I remember asking Mom, I do not remember homeschooling being so time-consuming. And she says, oh, honey, I put you in public school till you could read. I had somebody else do that part, and I'm like, that makes sense. We were very, very, self-led when we were homeschooling, but that would be why.
Mine was had always homeschooled her. It goes down in the torn. I don't know. Of course, I didn't know much about it when I had my kids.
It definitely was
If I had
mainstream. Would you?
There's too much meanness when
There,
too much influence.
I remember kindergarten. Casey was bullying in kindergarten that stuck with me throughout my entire childhood. We had one of those merry-go-rounds on the playground, and I was a very rotund child. I was very round, and we were on the merry-go-round, the group of kids, and one of the girls says, all right, now all the fat people need to get off and push because they're taking exercise. And she pointed right at me and said, Keely, that means you, get off and push. And I was like, that stuck with me till I was in my teens, And it's like, that's the kind of thing that my kids have blissfully been excluded from.
Right. Yeah, we're all going. Well, us three, yes. Yeah, I'm for ride, so.
Yes, you can.
Just as bring the car up.
Would you like me to grab a couple of teas for you girls to take?
Oh, I got one, thank you.
Yeah, do you want one of these? Did you? Okay, good. All right.
I like black tea.
What does that one say?
It says breakfast
Excuse me.
black tea. I don't like
Hold on, walk with me. You're gonna.
I often need caffeine.
Oh, I don't know what got me.
Is that her?
Yeah, parked in the handicap spot.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Can you look at me and say what you need?
I have one chocolate please. Can I please have a flower?
Yes, I think that's fine. After that, you can be done, okay?
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
No. We all have to be ready for change.
Yes.
And what about Tim? What do you think? Son from your
Working on the ground, nothing else going on. Yeah, so, you get that done. And that's it. Yeah.
But now you're going to,
I go to the country church, but I've been going to Bible study.
Did I miss Pam? No, that's Super Jack. Okay.
No, it's not. It's not.
but, I mean, it's a meeting, it's, to me, it's about,
Yeah,
everything.
yeah,
Learning.
yeah. Change them.
It's not easy.
No, we have to be ready for change, doesn't mean you like it.
Exactly. But it makes
Is your bag down here?
Yeah.
No worries.
But I really like
Sure. Yes, yeah, it's been up on the live stream and we'll post it on our class events in a day or two. Do you want like a Ziploc bag? I think I've got some gallon size. You can slip it in there, plate and all, if I have them big enough.
It is what it is.
yes.
Good afternoon. That's always a good plan.
I remember when that time was a punishment.
Yeah, and now it's like the reward.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you. All right.
Try not to, because sometimes it can come out sometimes.
That is always the
Mom,
balance.
Miss Lamar take us outside?
Yes, that's okay with me. Did you girls tidy up your table?
Yes.
Okay, all right, then that's fine. Let me check and see if Jocelyn's used the bathroom recently. Hey, Jocelyn. Did you use the bathroom? No. Use the bathroom before you go outside, okay? Okay. Thank you. I gotta check my schedule again. I don't remember when we're starting back up. It looks like 12:45.
Melody Dow, she was when she was coming, and how she got, where do I have this? Yeah, she said, she talked about you, since you only met you that one time, and she was here at the ladies' lectures, and she's like, if I knew she wanted to.
I didn't have time, I had to leave early and I couldn't stay, and it was just,
Yeah.
I know,
So she's from Texas. So how do you guys meet, same church or something?
So we didn't go to the same church. She lived in Austin, and we were a little bit further north than that, but we have been friends on Facebook through a Facebook group for a long time. And I think we met once, and she brought me food after I had one of my babies, or maybe it was during pregnancy, because I had a really bad pregnancy with Owen, so he's 10 now. So I think it was around then, she brought me food. And
Yeah. she'd love to see me.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah,
I know, yeah, it's been crazy with school and stuff, so
Yeah.
I'm hoping to get together with her in summer sometime.
Yes, because
We had talked about whenever they were moving up here and stuff, so, you know, it's just.
Yeah. So, yeah, you should really look at her because I know she's trying to get connections. Like, you know, she homeschooled.
Are we in a line to the restroom?
No. Yeah, she homeschooled her children. I think, I'm not sure if they did co-op, but, you know, I think she talks about her children. The group or the church in Texas is a big church, lots and lots of children. She said just lots and lots of children.
Total change than what's up here.
Really?
Yeah, so there's so many kids, and it's just, I know the church where she came from, and it was huge.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I know it's like culture shock.
Yeah, and she said her children, like, after church, you don't see them. They're outside because there's so many of them, and in just one classroom, it's a lot. Oh my goodness, so now it's just, yeah. And so she wants to get connected with people, so my oldest, I think his name is Titus, you know, I'm sure I don't remember their names. Yeah, because she said they have friends.
Yeah, I know, it's hard.
Was it the same thing for you guys?
Pretty much. Well, when we first moved up to Teensboro, there were quite a few kids, but then, like, within that first year, like, they all moved. So there was one, they moved to, I think they moved to Pennsylvania. I don't know if you know the Pagueros.
No. Yeah.
So they had
we're here for we were there for 3 on to 3 years. So
they were there, and they had 4 kids, and I mean, she and I were instant friends. Like, her name was April. Like, it was like we had been friends forever, and we just met her.
Yeah.
But they moved. I think it was like that summer. Like, we came in January-ish, and they moved during summer. And then the other family that was there that had kids, like, they had 3 kids, and they moved to one of the Carolinas, like, later in that year. And then, like, the next year, there's another family that had kids that moved away. It was just like, where'd everybody go?
Oh my goodness.
So that was just, you know, Emma and the other one.
Was it range?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Someone used hail?
I
noticed that.
Great
idea, yeah.
Yeah.
And an old kettle, yeah.
Very nice. That's gonna see what there are for books over here.
Yeah.
5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
If there's any left. Boy, it looks like there's not one gone.
Coming to New England and not having it.
It went down, huh?
Yeah, that was hard. Yeah. So how do you help because your kids, I'm thinking that if you have a family, it shouldn't be so hard.
You would think that, but, like, they still crave that outside, you know, friendship, like, not your brothers. But, you know, like, I lived around that a lot when I was a kid. And I told my kids, like, the one thing that helped me was knowing that, you know, you can write letters, and it's not about the amount of friends you have, it's about the quality of friends you have. So you can have one really good friend, and that's all you'll need. That's all you know. That's all you should need.
Yeah, I mean,
you know,
don't you see
yes,
differently?
yes, and that's true. And I try to convey that to them, but it's their kids, and they just don't understand. It's like, you know, I'm gonna go and hang out with all my friends. And, it was a challenge, and even now, like, they still kind of crave that a little bit. Like, Owen's in public school now, and he's doing great. He's got friends and stuff. And James graduating a senior this year, and he's
Valerie, have you met Angie? Angie, this is Valerie.
Hi, Angie. Valerie, sweet. Good to meet you. Oh my goodness, I know her very well.
Since where we are, fantastic. Very small. We were still in Nashville. But the class, like,
yes,
we're
we go way down. She lives probably
you walk into school and everybody knows who everybody is. is. Like all the teachers know all the
But
kids.
she,
Like
when,
it's great. It's
when
been
the
such a good
church and
experience,
Kittery
and
kind of dissolved
I've enjoyed
and
it.
blended with
And they're so helpful.
Seabrook.
And you know, like
I know.
all the programs they have for like filling in the gaps that my kids have had.
Everyone's been very welcoming and friendly.
So,
But it
you know, like I tell them, it's like,
still
you would
David
not
and
have been
I
in public
see it
school
go.
had you been in national.
But anyway.
No, it wasn't even on the table.
Diane has chosen to go with Marcy. You know Marcy. Okay, yeah. Yes, to Dover. But on occasion, Diane will call me and say, can I ride to church with you to Seabrook? Because of course she knows so many people there over the years. So.
I know sometimes she comes up with a few ladies.
Yeah, she was
because this is it.
Marcy is Bob, yeah. I come up and see Bob.
Yeah.
Oh, she's
Rachel, when she starts to get on school, it's like, this is my
Oh my goodness, Rachel. Valerie C.
She was that surprising.
A surprise. Were you a good? Was she a good surprise?
Wonderful.
Yeah.
I love it.
Okay. No, I know your mom because your granddad and grandma died. Excuse me. Ministered at our congregation in Kittery. Yeah. Oh, hi. How are you doing? Good to meet you. Yeah. I can imagine. There's no denying it. You could stand in front of a judge and you could deny it.
And like he told me
So,
that kids were making fun of him because he was homeschooled
Yeah,
and
so
this is
I
too weird. And there was this one kid that was like, well, I'm gonna give him a shot, and he befriended him. And like they're best buds now. But I'm just like, that's the kind of kid you want to be friends with. These other kids, they don't matter. Like what they think of you doesn't matter. Like they're you don't know who they are.
not too bad.
So he's decided to get out. What is he doing?
He's military police.
Military police.
He's active duty for 5 years and she
Twinsies close.
Okay, all right. So is he thinking of going into law enforcement? I don't know. He wants to. Yeah.
I wish she was hanging out with some people.
It'd be an easy way in because he's already partially got that
She just got engaged.
protective mentality and those instincts have been drilled into him. So he wouldn't have to learn those. Those are already ingrained. But
He
worked in the hospital.
But he'll find his niche in life.
Where is he right
He is
now? Oh, I thought you said he was getting them.
No, all the styles and all the fashion.
Oh,
He's
okay.
he's in the same shirt for 4 days.
They don't care.
And
And is his fiancé from
She's
this region? Yeah.
There's challenges everywhere. You know, challenges in
little.
schooling, challenges in
Okay.
schools. You have to do what's, best in the situation.
My mom
And
lived
this
in
year, I was
Tilton
like,
when she
I
was
can't,
18 years old.
I mentally can't handle kids fighting me.
She worked at that little,
and getting school work done.
she worked at that old little hotel.
Because then I'm just like,
Yeah.
like, we're done for the day.
Oh, yeah.
I tell them, go somewhere else. I'm gonna go to my room, and that's where I go. And just get away from them because they weren't listening. And being awkward.
When my mom came here in 19.
Logan's 9, so he's 13. He's in 8th grade
Conquered
right now.
was
He's
scary.
learning struggles,
Okay.
and I couldn't put him in school last year. This year,
No,
just
she
had a
was
couple
born.
of weeks with
She was born on a farm. She was born in a.
I need to get him tested for
With a family's farm. There was the English border here,
because he's not.
and there was the
He's not good
Canadian
enough.
border.
Not on anything.
And she would
And I'm
play
almost trying to get him to read
such
like
a
line first grade book. And that's fine. Like if that's I'm okay with that. I'm like I could figure it out. But if I can,
Because my my grandmother was French.
or get better at anything.
Yeah,
I want to provide
great
them
grandmother.
opportunities. And if they can do that there at school through their special education programs, then that's fantastic.
Well, I think
They
that's
won't help
the
us
history
homeschoolers,
of
which is really frustrating, but it is what it is. So
Yeah, with the-
we've had good experiences last year in high school, so I'm like, okay, I know the guidance counselor a little bit, so let's check her we got him officially registered for the fall, so hopefully now I can get like the paperwork for the referral for the evaluation. So we're just waiting for that spring break. But we're gonna try it, and I told Mark, like, if it doesn't work, we can pull it out. If it works, then great, you know, like, I don't think it's gonna be bad.
A little bit.
That's the big thing, that like, you guys are always involved. We're always involved with every single teacher. Like, we're in constant communication with everybody, so there's no issues. Makes me feel a little bit better. I'm really confident that I'm right.
We can only pray and hope.
I had to feel for you. Yes, I thought it was wine and you got kale in it. Yeah, it does look like this is kale. Yes, he said, yeah.
Oh, no.
Shouldn't be too No, I told him, we often go to lunch with him. You know what, Robert, you have got to on the job you take on. It's like a job you just had. The job you just described, all that I guess
It's a little less scary.
yeah, and so, I understand why she has to do it, but what Robert should have said, you know what, that part of the project, that is, you know, he's close to something.
Oh, you're doing it.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
that's too.
So good to see you.
Okay, good. That's too much work for you.
He's done it for like 2 months.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to go to that this year, but then it was like this, and
No.
just like too many things were happening on this weekend. So, well, we did close the work, she just told me about it.
Oh, it's no, I don't know. Oh, okay, so, mine really lost and we went to Rose, and we landed about an hour and a half. No, I have done all the planning, I've done all the plans. Days and days of plans.
You still kind of occupied.
very much, Miss Weezy, for your wonderful first 2 lessons. We are excited for the next one. We have a couple of things before we get to your last lesson. So I'd like to start us up with song number 756. I figure it's a very applicable song. Sometimes when hospitality opportunities come up, you are ready and eager, and sometimes it's like, all right, to the work. So, 756, I want to be a worker. I want to be a worker for the Lord. I want to love and trust His holy word. I want to sing and pray and be busy every day in the vineyard of the Lord. I will work, I will pray in the vineyard of the Lord. I will work, I will pray, I will labor every day in the vineyard of the Lord. I want to be a worker every day. I want to lead the erring in the way that leads to heaven above, where all is peace and love in the kingdom of the Lord. I will work, I will pray in the vineyard of the Lord. I will work, I will pray, I will labor every day in the vineyard of the Lord. I want to be a worker strong and brave. I want to trust in Jesus' power to save. All who will truly come shall find a happy home in the kingdom of the Lord. I will work, I will pray in the vineyard of the Lord. I will work, I will pray, I will labor every day in the vineyard of the Lord. Now, I believe we have Kathleen coming up for a moment.
A lot of times we try to give little gifts, but if you're like me, you're trying to declutter your house all the time. And so since we're talking about hospitality, a lot of the kind ladies from my church have given me recipes, and we thought we're going to do a recipe swap. So can I have 2 of the girls? Come on. You're going to hand them out, and then I'll give you the directions. Joy, can I have you help? Take one side, and take the other side, and pass them out. One's for lemon cake. Go ahead, just pass them out to everybody. One's for biscuits. One's for Hawaiian meatballs. I forget what the other one is for. Oh, fondue, chocolate fondue. Because we don't have to have a big meal. We can have just coffee, tea. Just something short to check in. Sometimes just that little extra helps boost people's days. And if you like to cook, little kids love to cook. We have several people here. They love to cook for when we have ladies' days, any kind of church event. They just love to do it, and they're good cooks. So.
Yes, the food is excellent. Thank you, ladies. Yes, thank you.
Okay, for those who can stand, could you please stand? I know not everybody can't stand, that's fine. So you're going to take your card that you have, and you're going to pass it to 2 people back of you. Yeah, that's it. Okay.
We don't have to. I think they're enjoying it.
I know. If they're standing up, I thought, because I'm comatose.
Yeah, no.
You can have one.
Go see Miss Marcy and ask if you can switch. Miss Marcy.
Okay, now you're going to do it 2 people to your right or left. If you can't do right, do left. We'll give them 1 minute and then we'll stop. I just get comatose. I heard someone else say it too. It's like, okay, so that was just because if you're like me, after you eat, you get lethargic. And now you should have a recipe and meet new people. So thank you guys for your patience. And it is Joy's turn to read scripture.
Do we have extra recipes?
Yes.
Maybe we can stick them on the back table, and then if people want to grab different ones on the way out, they can do that.
Thank you for hand copying these things. That takes time.
Girls, we need your help too.
Thank you, girl.
I'll be reading 2 Kings 4, 8 through 10. Now a day came when Elisha went over to Shunem, where there was a prominent woman, and she urged him to eat food. And so it was, as often as he passed, that he turned in there to eat food. And she said to her husband, Behold, now I am aware that this is a holy man of God passing by us repeatedly. Please make a little walled-up room, and let's set up a bed for him there, and a table, a chair, and a lampstand. Then it shall be, when he come to us, that he can turn in there.
Put all my belongings together. Well, ladies, I hope you feel refreshed from lunch. That was delicious, wasn't it? And enjoyed the fellowship, getting to visit with people. Well, at least now I have a copy of what we're supposed to do, but I guess I go till the very end of it, so that's the end of it there at 2:30. So I can just put that away then. Okay, if you want to look in your handouts that I gave you, on page 12, we have the party planning, and it's just ideas. So if you want to do something where it's not just a family meal, family serving, this kind of gives you an idea of how to set up a buffet or a luncheon that has more silverware. And you start from the outside and then move in toward that. And then dinner time might be a little different. If you noticed on the page that I gave you that told about how to do I can't find it right here, about the how to set up just a meal plan here, or the plate. I'm getting my stuff confused here. Anyway, I added some initials to it. I put BMW across there that I hadn't done before. I read that recently. The bread plate, B, meal plate, M, water glass, W. Okay, water or wine, as people would sometimes do. But if you think about a BMW, that's the order in which you would have them. And then that way, it's handy where people know, okay, that's my bread plate, not somebody else's bread plate. That's my water, not theirs. So that would help you with that. Okay, I had the party planning for you. And then the next pages would be something that was copied from that Lucas book on the table setting. And she gives a lot of ideas of things that you can use for napkin rings. The easiest thing that I do for napkin rings a lot of times is just to take the middle of a folded out napkin and just pull it up and pull it through there. It looks really pretty, and sometimes I've pleated them. I've done different things, but I do that. It makes it easy, but they suggest other things that you can wrap around them. And then they suggest things that you can use for making placemats. I loved your ideas that you had for using the vinyl placemats downstairs. I thought that was so pretty. It looked very lacy and nice. I like that. They even suggest on number 8 using elephant ears or palm fronds. When we were in the South Pacific, you'd be surprised what all they use banana leaves for. They will, tear the spine out, and they will wrap things up. They'll put things down into a kind of an underground oven, or they will use them to spread out, and people walk on them because the kids would walk to school and they would not have shoes on, so that would protect them from stickers. So there's a lot of things that people can use in different parts of the country here. And then they have ideas for centerpieces. And I love the teapot idea. That was so cute. I've collected teapots the last several years and really enjoy that. If you're I have number 8 here on here, a tomato soup can containing flowers such as daisies. Several years ago, when I first started teaching my class, we had a lady in our congregation at Columbine who had her own floral business when she was in Tennessee. And she was the one who always made the baptistry flowers. It always looked so pretty. And she they had to be gigantic so they looked good from the back there too. But she came and taught my girls about how to make some floral arrangements. And she did some things that were like using a coffee can, or using a soup can, and making it where that things would look just very casual. If you were having somebody over just for a casual meal, you didn't have to have something that was expensive, and it could look nice. And then she has suggestions for different things here. Oh, here I found this now on the expensive. Okay, then the next page I have in here is one of the supplemental pages I put in about napkin folding. Now, this is something that's just fun, and you don't have to do this. Occasionally, I do things like this, and it's just fun to set up and have it for, just so that your guests know that you did something extra. When I was a child, my mother would sit and fold napkins, just little paper napkins, and put them down into the dispenser. And I thought, Mom, why do you do that? She said, well, it gives me something to do while I'm relaxing. And so, that's kind of the same way that when we need to sit down, sometimes we can do some of those. Some are elaborate, and some are just kind of plain. But my grandkids got a hold of this one time, and they were having so much fun with it. And when I taught the classes, I would usually take a lot of napkins, the fabric napkins, and then they would just practice different designs. It wasn't something that you have to do, but it's just a fun thing to do. You find a lot of this kind of thing on Facebook and in Pinterest. So, I would suggest, whenever I find something I like, I'd save it and save it into a folder. And I'm not as good as Keely with this kind of stuff, but I'm learning to do that so that I can find what I need later on. I have a page in here for helping you stretch your food dollars. And nowadays it's so even more needed than it used to be, because grocery prices have gone up so much, and yet we're commanded to be hospitable and to share with those in need and share with, people that need us. But we need to kind of have a spending limit, or at least have a plan that doesn't cost our family a whole lot of money. Now, my husband is so hospitable, he ignores all that. And I know one time he wanted to do brisket when he didn't realize how high expensive brisket was. I finally had to say, do you realize what this is going to cost? So sometimes we have to rein that kind of stuff in. Excuse me while I get another cough drop. The square one stuck in my side of my jaw there, so I'll use my little Ludens here. And there's a page on stretching your food dollars so that you can help you with your planning your menus or keeping track of your grocery receipts. And even we had a home economist that came and tried to tell us how we could save up to buy certain items that we needed, kind of to estimate the cost, and then figure out how much we would need to set back for each week or month or whatever till we could pay for that. So there's some ideas that are out there about stretching food dollars and family dollars too. I have a page in here about quantities to serve 100 people. Now, your congregations may not have anything like that, but at the bottom it will tell you divide by 2 if you're going to do 50, divide by 4 if you're going to have 25 people. Just kind of adjust it, but it kind of tells you kind of a general estimate of what you might need for certain meals and all. Then I have a page on a checklist for event planning, because sometimes when you're planning things, it's easy to overlook just simple things. This way, you got to think of what kind of event, when is it going to be, where, who is going to be there, how many people to plan for, and just it kind of goes down all through all the things that you might need. even name tags, which I know you have name tags in your pocket of your folder today. But a lot of times when we've had things where we were trying to entertain our neighborhood, or I say be hospitable to our neighborhood, that we've tried to have it where they would have a name tag and then also write their address down so we could kind of do a neighborhood directory. Because we lived in the mountains, and I know the day that I took about 50 invitations around, I was climbing so many sets of steps for outside. So, but you need that kind of thing if you're trying to introduce people that may not know each other. And then sometimes people like to use a guest book. Those are not as common now as they used to be, but just it kind of gives you an idea of what you need to do. And if you're doing having a lot of people, you may need to have some people that are opening the building, some of them are doing the cleanup, that kind of thing. And I'll tell you an incident that happened to me one time when I was doing a ladies' day in Alabama, and it was my husband's mother's home congregation. And so the lady who was supposed to be turning on the sound system, her husband managed it. And so they thought, okay, she can handle that. Well, she got there late, and they decided they're going to start anyway. So my microphone would go, boom. I'll move back so you don't hear it. Boom, and then silent. And then boom, and then silent. I just had to keep my finger on my place on my notes, and I made it through it till she got there. But, you need to have it where that you know that people are responsible if they're helping you with things here. I'll show you something that I worked up several years ago. I mentioned that we used to do our open house for our congregation. And so I would try to make up a list of all the things that I was wanting to serve, all the little fancy foods and the cookies and the candies and so forth. And then I wrote down the foods that I needed to get. And I had several pages of this. And then I wrote down, how much the quantity was for each one. That way, when I was shopping for it, I knew what to do, and if I needed evaporated milk or I needed marshmallow cream or whatever, it was right here. And it helped me. And then I used the same recipes every year, kind of mixed it up a little bit. But this one is labeled 2005, and that's the one I had recopied. So we've done that for many years. We have a visitor's lunch page in here, and one of our ladies at Columbine had figured out how much that had kind of have a sample menu, and how many main dishes you would need, how many different sides and so forth, and then how many people they need to plan for. So that was just something that the leaders of each group could kind of go from, and then they could have it where the people that they assigned would know what to bring then. I have a couple of pages in here of just ideas for family fun nights at the church building. And it could be something you could just do it in your own neighborhood too. But these are some things that would kind of involve the whole congregation for activities. And I'm not good at that kind of stuff, but we had a man who was just really, really good at that. So, he planned on things like movie night, Bojo's Pizza. Bojo's was a big name in Colorado for pizza, so that's what that was. Then another time, bringing baby or childhood photos and kind of guessing who they belong to. And then sometimes we'd go to a state park and have a picnic or a hike or something. Down number 8 was favorite joke night. Just different things, lasagna cookout, baseball game night. And then this Flying W was something like you'd go to kind of a Western show where they'd have a movie, have a meal rather. And then you'd be able to have the music and all that. So one of them was a newlywed game, and I have some newlywed questions in here. One of them is Dizzy Bridge, and so I have a page in there telling how to play that. So they're just ideas, because this is kind of the thing you have to kind of pull together if you're trying to do some things to strengthen your congregation's social activities and kind of get them together. Number 26 on there was Mystery Dinner. And in that, you'll find a page on that about a couple of pages over that will tell you about some things like the menu selections. And it would not be saying, here's what you're getting, but it would be in a code. Like a ho, ho, ho is really green beans, like the Jolly Green Giant would say ho, ho, ho. So that's, when you saw that on the menu, that's what you were getting. But you didn't have the answers. Only the kitchen had the answers. So you might get something and not have the silverware that you needed. You'd have to switch with somebody at your table who could provide what you need. But it was fun because it was just kind of a little fun thing to do. and you'd have 4 different courses, and you'd have to, label what you needed there. So those are ideas that you might want to use sometime. And as I say, this is a resource book for you. And that, as I told the girls when I gave them things, because I gave them things about how to do formal things, how to do casual things, that it's not something you'd use every day, but it gave you a place to go for ideas. And this was before you had Pinterest, so that helped. And now there's one that's called a Scripture Supper Menu, and this one was new to me. I had not tried this one. But it lists the Scripture, and then they had Bibles on the tables where you would have to look up what you were going to get. And it had things that would be normal, but you wouldn't know what it was going to, you would have to look up the Scripture to know what they meant by that, because the answer would not be out there before you. Does that make sense? Okay. Now here's on the next page. And yours may not be in the same order as mine, I'm not sure. But my page is simple meal suggestions to go potluck. And this is something we can all do. And I saw a lady do this. She was raising 5 kids, and so she was friends with a lot of other families that had young children. And they would just get together on Sunday nights and have a meal after services. So she carried around little Post-it notes, just little small ones like I have in my Bible here. And she would say, "Can you come?" And she said, "Well, here's a little thing. Can you bring this?" And then each thing had something else like cheese or taco shells or whatever it was, lettuce, whatever. So you'd have everything you needed for the taco dinner. So this was a good way that worked for her. But this was simple meal suggestions. And one of them is a baked potato bar, sandwiches, potluck finger foods, tacos, cereal night. Now, I've never tried that, but I know some people have done that. Some people at Bear Valley did that. And then with a chili meal where you would fix the main part of it and then have other people bring what they would need to complete the meal. Lasagna would be the same way. Just sloppy joes, just different things. And then sometimes people would even bring a sack lunch. But to me, that's almost like what the Bible says not to do, where somebody eats a lot and somebody doesn't have enough. So to me, I don't know that that's the best idea that I have seen there. Okay, then another page tells reasons to take meals to other people, to give meals to other people. It's a way to add comfort to the person. And sometimes they have somebody who's sick or hurting or have had a death in the family, and it's a way to comfort and show you care. I still remember some of the things that were brought to the house when my dad passed away, and that was about 29 years ago. One lady brought some homemade ice cream. It was peach ice cream, and it was wonderful, and it was so comforting. And then for another, when my mother passed away, then one of my sister-in-law's friends sent over an Italian cream cake. And that was so delicious. So sometimes things that we don't even think about that much about doing it, whether we purchase it or prepare it ourselves, it can be so much comfort to that family. And some people who are not part of the church don't even realize how much comfort that can be. We have each other, but they don't have anyone that way. Sometimes people have long-term health problems and they feel forgotten, but we may need to find out, okay, this person has this many food allergies, we need to avoid nuts, we need to avoid whatever it is that they can't eat, and then have it as kind of a list for people to go by. New moms are helped tremendously when meals are taken in. Keely knows that's because she's had 4 kids, and sometimes it's very hard for a new mother with all these. And fixing a meal for a friend or a neighbor who's had a bad day, it brings a smile to their face, because everybody's going to have bad days one time or another. And if somebody just notices that you're going through a struggle and they can help out, that's nice. We had a new member several years ago that wanted to bring us a casserole. And I said, "Oh, you don't need to do that." And she said, "But I want to. Don't rob me of the privilege of serving you." And I thought, the blessing, I think she said, of serving you. And I thought, well, I'd never thought of it that way. So if somebody wants to do something for you, let them, because that gives them a blessing and you a blessing too. And then here's some pantry tips on that same page about keeping ingredients for easy recipes that you like to cook in your pantry. My sister was a home ec teacher, and so she always called it her emergency shelf. So I figured that she had a shelf in her pantry that was just all emergency foods. It wasn't. It was just several things on there that she could make something quickly. So that's what sometimes people will do. There's just other ideas on here about keeping baking supplies handy. One thing we had to do moving into the house that we're in, what used to be a pantry apparently was kind of a cleaning closet now, and then I took the linen closet that was down the hall and turned that into a pantry where I can open the doors and I can see what I've got. And it's a place I can put crock pots, other oversized things in there that I won't have to go to the garage to get. So sometimes you have to kind of play with what you've got and kind of figure out how you can make that work. But, sometimes your pantry is really nice. In our family, we laugh because my daughter-in-law has the very best pantry in the house and the whole family, and she doesn't cook much at all. So we thought this was wasted on her, but it was a walk-in pantry with all kinds of stuff. And then my sister-in-law was without a kitchen for probably several months anyway, and my brother is a farmer, but he said, well, we have time to tear out the old kitchen, but we don't have time, and we'll build this back, or build a new one in this other room area that she was doing. But they had a downturn in the farming, and he was not going to take out a loan. This poor girl, she's the one that loved to cook, and they had to eat out all the time or just do sandwich type things. I thought, of all the people, the rest of us could have gotten by on that kind of a meal, but that was hard for her. So sometimes we have to kind of figure out about what we can do here. Also, number 12 says if you commonly make ethnic foods, you want to keep a supply of those ingredients used in those cuisines as well. And I know one of the things that we have found that works for these students coming up, we don't do many meals for them, but we try to do a few with them. And I know I fixed a lot of things where it was like a taco build-up, and that way they could put anything together they wanted to. It just kind of, this was the basic thing. And then one day they were going to be out working, doing the community service projects. And so I just said, okay, when you come back, because they were buying things to make sandwich meals for their lunch to take with them. And I said, we're just going to put the rest of those leftovers together and make a little casserole. You're welcome to eat it with us if you want to. Every one of them came upstairs. They wanted the home-cooked meal, and it turned out good. So kind of, be prepared with that. And of course, we're in the maple syrup area, and number 14 says keep maple syrup and pancake mix in your cupboards for weekend breakfast. And so just, refrigerate a variety of cheeses. We use that a lot for our evening meal. My husband really likes to have his bigger meal at lunchtime, and so in the evening we'll go downstairs and play cards and a game or whatever and just eat cheese and crackers or whatever. We don't have to have something like an elaborate meal. So, there's things that you can do that will kind of help you that way. There's also, the next page was similar to what we had before, no fuss ways to entertain. This is a taco salad party, and then there's one of a threesies where you get some three families together and prepare a simple meal, invite another family. We did that at Columbine once or twice there. And then the block party idea. So a lot of these things are things that you can look through them and just use it to see what you can do that will help in your situation. There's a couple of pages on that. Number 19 is sort of like a progressive dinner, only it's a prearranged picnic. You pick people up and then drive around to different locations and in different homes and all. So the trip is the thing, just kind of be together. And then 21 and 22 are things like where you get to know other people by bring something that's special to you. And it might be something that nobody would guess what this is or why it's important to you, but you learn more about that person as they share, oh, this was a family heirloom, or this is something I bought on this certain trip, or this is something a granddaughter bought for me or made for me. So just things like this to kind of, have things to kind of break the ice that way with them. And then the last one on that page of how did you meet party, I always like to ask people, well, how did y'all meet? Too many times I've heard, we met in a bar. I thought, okay. So many times you hear that kind of thing. But it's interesting to know what people's backgrounds are, where they were they in college, were they high school sweethearts, did they meet in their career, whatever here. The next page I have for you is group activities, both outdoors and indoors. And so these are things that that might be something that would be helpful to you. And here's one that this seems a little strange. What's wrong with you? And this is if you're like an icebreaker. If we wanted to find somebody that was wearing no socks or somebody was wearing their shirt on backwards or wearing two different shoes, something like that. You have to look at each other and you have to really examine to find who fits that criteria. So this would be the hostesses or somebody that they're familiar with. So there's a whole bunch of those right there. There's one even pants worn wrong side out. Then in the next page you have people scavenger hunt. And this is where you find a person in the room whose description fits the list here. Just one person for each one. It might be somebody who played a musical instrument or owned a motorcycle, likes to stop at Starbucks, collects baseball cards, has twins in their family, just a lot of different things like this. And all of this is to get you to talk to people and to get them to open up with you. Another page is planning for overnight guests. This is one that I think is important because when we have people overnight, we want them to be comfortable, but we also need to make sure that they know where to find everything, the towels, shampoo, anything that they might have forgotten. It's like in a hotel when you go there and they say, if you've forgotten your razor or your toothbrush, we have extras or whatever. So sometimes you can buy these things at the dollar store, have them in a basket for people, and just have them where it's easy for them. And it's good to make sure you have night lights in the hallway because, when you're in a new place and you're not familiar with it, it's easy to tumble downstairs or crash into furniture or, get yourself hurt somehow. And check and make sure that there's a clock in the room and is there a mirror available. I thought I was being really smart when I went to Walmart and I bought alarm clocks for each of the areas where we would have day beds or other beds for company. And they also had a place where you charge your phone on there. You just plug your thing in. Those things don't work worth anything, and you can't hear the alarm, so those are probably going to get replaced pretty soon, But you do need to have a clock where they can at least tell what time it is, and a plug where they can at least charge their phone or whatever. Sometimes you can have little travel sizes of things that would help them, that would be just little welcoming gifts for them. Also, we like to have things that would be area things that they might want to see. If they're renting a car or coming in their own car, borrowing our car, whatever, they might want to go and visit some of the area things because we're really in a beautiful, beautiful area. And people come here on purpose, not just to see us. They come to see, the beautiful land. Also, make sure that they would know where they can find certain things, like they might need to find an ironing board or an iron, that kind of thing. I mean, there are people who still do those things. I know, not me very often. I grew up ironing, though. I was only 8 years old when my mother had me ironing handkerchiefs, and they even had to iron undergarments, my dad's undergarments, their undergarments, everything back in those days, it came out of the washer like that. So you had to iron it. You didn't have any choice there. So I learned how to iron, and I didn't realize that my young sister-in-law was learning to iron from watching me iron. She had told me, she said, sometime when you're going to be ironing, just call me and I'll come over and we'll just visit. Well, I didn't know till many years later when my brother told me, you were actually teaching her how to iron. She had never learned. So, my mother taught me. I mentioned about, things about the area. That includes a map. Of course, nowadays people have a map on their phone pretty much, but I'm still visual. I like to see the overall area here. And make sure that they have access to a house key if the need arises. We're probably the only people who have a house that I think everybody needs to know how to get into our house. When we were in the mountains, you'd go into the garage, a detached garage. The side door was never locked. Look in the refrigerator. We had the key hidden in the butter dish. It was right there. Well, here, and we've never put it under the mat. That's just too easy, So now, our contractor has to have a key. Our co-workers need a key because who knows but what they're going to have to get in. They've got to get in to get the communion supplies and the songbooks and the sign and all that kind of thing because that's at our house. So, people sometimes they need to have your keys. And I told my husband, I said, this is such a contrast to a man we had in another congregation who was in charge of benevolence, and he did not want his phone number put out there for anybody. And I thought, our phone number's out there for everybody, I didn't quite understand that, but I thought, you're in charge of benevolence, but they're not supposed to know who you are or how to get you. Okay, a lot of times people do get a newspaper, even now, and that would have entertaining ideas of what they could do, and just relax and enjoy their company. And one thing I would say, oh, excuse me, there goes a sneeze. Sorry. Sorry, I'm ready for it. I hope I don't have 7. You'll think, oh no, she died and came back. I do take inhalers, but your body just fails you when you get older somehow. But wherever I was on that, I'm not sure. Make sure that you have extra toilet paper for them, that kind of thing. Tissue, because everybody needs that kind of thing. I mean, I have to have these. Then I want to tell you about a tea basket ministry. I don't have that in your things here, but we had a lady that she's the one I told you about, that her husband came to school and he wanted to know, okay, I wanted to know every topic we can talk about because I'm nervous and I want to make sure we know it. Well, they had lost, they didn't lose a son. Their son went to prison, and it was very, very traumatic for them with the circumstances. And they just felt like running away. They felt like we must be the worst parents in the whole world. How can anybody love us when this has happened in our family? And they just wanted to just die. And their elders said, no, you stay here. We're bringing you back. Well, she started a tea basket ministry because she thought, I've got to reach out, and you probably know exactly who I'm talking about, that she wanted to reach out to others who were hurting. And so she would call them up and say, I'd like to come over and have tea with you. Do you have a few minutes, or do you have an hour or so? And I'll bring the tea kettle, or you put the tea kettle on. If they didn't have one, she'd bring one. And she would just bring scones or whatever. She was a great cook. But, you could buy something at the store. It doesn't have to be anything, but just maybe a cookie or something, just something to nibble on. And she did this, and what she did was she used a large basket, probably bigger than one I've got right here that I plop my stuff into, but she would put a tablecloth in the bottom of it to kind of fill it out, and then she'd put one on the top. And then in there, she would put all the things that she would need, like a teapot and the teas and the sugar and cream or whatever. And then she would also put matching cups and saucers. Now, you might think, but I don't have any matching cups and saucers. You know about the dollar store, don't you? I learned about the dollar store several years ago, and I use it for when I'm buying things for the homeless. But also, when we were moving, and most of my stuff was packed up, and our house didn't have any windows in it up here, and we were going to have to stay longer. Well, then I thought, I've got to go to the dollar store and buy some plates. And I bought 3 because Wayne was still there, and we had a granddaughter who she'd graduated from college, and she was there. And that way we could have her come up. So, I bought those things and had them. But in this tea basket ministry, you can buy your cups and saucers or just little mugs and things. And then she put in spoons and forks and things. And then she covered the basket with a square cloth, and she used that on top of whatever they had on the table, and that was just kind of, to make it look pretty. And then they also did this as a gift for student wives. They did a tea. I don't remember if that was your class or another class that did that. But it was such a nice idea because there you had something you could start out with, so. And the cookies, she had cookies or cinnamon rolls or scones, something like that, with the jam and butter. And then she also had a Bible there, because the idea was to have a Bible study or a Bible reading. And the congregation they wound up going to after they finished school was very divided. And I know some of you may be working in a congregation like that where things are divided. And we have been in that kind of thing where that you had the older people and you had the younger people. I remember I went to my husband's office when I still had brown hair, and I said, where are all the women that look like me? And I had little kids, and these older women, had already, raised their kids. I didn't think I had anything in common with them. I did, but at that moment I didn't feel like I did. And I found out that the younger women were having their own Bible study across town, just in their homes. Well, we had one couple in the congregation who had a beautiful place that they had built out by a river. And so they had it where they would have 42 parties. 42 parties, do you know about these? It's a domino game that the people in Texas play, mostly Texas. And you just, you can move from table to table. The winning couple moves to the next table, and you get all the way to the head table. And if you lose there, you go to the foot table. But it blends people together. So they started blending ages together. And so you began to see, okay, the younger couples and the older couples or singles, they all had something to contribute, and it made it really nice. So sometimes these things that we do can help to solidify the congregation just by having a mixture of ages that way. Okay, I mentioned the homeless bags. I used to go to the dollar store. Now it's the $1.25 store. But what I would do, I would see a lot of homeless people in Denver, and this is back when my grandkids were really young, and I would always have snack crackers in the car for them and little Capri Suns. And sometimes I guess I had water bottles in there too, but mostly the Capri Suns. So if we found somebody that was needing something, I would give those to them. I never gave them money because you don't know what that money's going to go for. It may go to drugs or whatever. So just, stayed with things that were actual food items. And so then I started doing the idea of doing a Ziploc bag, like a large Ziploc bag, and I called it the blessing bag. And I could put a tract in it and an invitation to worship, that kind of thing. So at least they knew they were not forgotten. And in that, I would have a bottled water, some kind of ready-to-eat snacks. Some of them were nutritious. For men, I'd have some toiletry items. For women, I'd try to have just separate ones so they could have some mini pads or something like that for them, because we women have different needs than men do. And sometimes I'd always have toothpaste and sanitizer, toothbrushes, that kind of thing in there, because can you imagine being homeless and not having any place to clean up? So at least they had something they could use there. And in warm weather, they wouldn't need very much as far as outerwear. But to stay warm, I'd put a beanie in there that you could buy, just a little knit hat you could buy there at the dollar store, some gloves, and warm socks. They say that that's one of the things that, one of the most things that homeless people need is fresh socks. Because you can imagine if you're wearing the same pair of socks for several days, they're going to stand up in the corner. They'll be stiff from perspiration and bacteria and such. So, having those things really help. And for a while, I was doing drawstring bags that I bought at the dollar store. And then I thought, well, actually, the Ziploc bags would work just as well there. So that's what I was doing. I would carry them in the car in a box and have it where I could reach for it. Because by the time you get up to the light, you don't have but just a moment or two to hand something to someone there. So that's really helpful, I think. And it seems like we see a lot of homeless people in Littleton now. And I can't imagine being homeless in any cold climate. I just cannot even imagine that. So, okay, one of the things that we did for several years was we had Thursday night studies. It seemed like Thursday night or even Tuesday night were good nights that other activities weren't going on. And so we would try to have a sign out by the yard that would invite people. And so even recently, after we'd quit doing this, a man came by to do something with checking with working with one of our contractors, and he said, I used to see your sign out there. And I started to come, but then I started going to another Bible study, and we thought every time we move something or change it, that's when we find out somebody else saw it and they would have come. So try to be consistent when you start doing that. And so we did the Thursday night studies in nearly every place we've been. So one thing we would do, whatever house we would choose, we would try to make sure it had a big room in it, or take out a wall or something, there. And I would I would make a coffee bar with my Keurig machine and a stand holding the K-cups, and I'd have the hot water in a large coffee urn or something like that, and have the sweeteners and so forth. And then I would have extra napkins, and I would have, I'd had kind of an area where it was like shelves on there, and I'd have the single creamers and a tray of mugs and things so people could just help themselves. And then I'd also have jars with spiced tea that I made up, homemade spiced tea, and then also hot chocolate that way. And then I'd hang some of my mugs on pegs there. So I don't have that anymore, but anyway, this is other things that you can do just in a little section. This is the coffee area. This is the tea area. Sorry, I'm going to move that yet. And then also some honey and flavored syrups there. Then under our stairs, we would usually keep a basket that was full of bottled waters because people come in, they're hot, they're thirsty, they have that. We got to where we were putting it in the mud room just on the way out, and a lot of times people would take, may I take this with me? So, this was free for whatever they wanted. And in warmer weather, I would try to do iced tea or lemonade and have an ice bucket. And again, you can buy matching glassware or have the plastic cups if you wanted to. And then I would have snack trays set up with chips and salsa, cheese lager balls, cheese ball, some kind of a sweet dessert, and a candy bowl, and the napkins, forks, and spoons. So you can vary things like that according to whatever fits your needs or whatever size group you're doing. One time we tried to do a neighborhood gathering, and this is the one where I told you about where I was climbing all those stairs. So we tried to make it where it would be colorful, they'd see it, they'd want to come, and it worked out well, and everybody had to bring a dish. But I was hesitant for the longest time about trying one of those because I thought, I don't want anybody to bring alcohol, so how do I handle that? So what I did is I put neighborhood Creekside Potluck, our address, when it was, hosted by us. Please bring a dish to share. Beverage will be provided. No alcohol, please. That took care of it. And then let's update our neighborhood directory and get better acquainted, and then RSVP. So it worked out. But you just have to figure out, how am I going to work around what they might do? I usually keep kind of with my cookbooks, I keep one that says menus, and I may have it for this kind of a group, this kind of a group, that kind of a group, or family get-togethers and so forth. But then other just general things, I try to have, here are breakfast items that we could do. Here are dinner items we could do. Here's Thursday night items. Here's the things I would need for the Keurig machine, that kind of thing. And then I would try to have the recipes ready for things like a breakfast casserole, potato casserole, baked beans, and that kind of thing, and just several different items that I could fix that would be easy, like chicken spaghetti, that kind of thing. And then ideas for desserts. Now let me share, we're almost out of time. I'll share with you a couple of things here. For last minute items before you're going to have somebody coming to your home, the bathroom needs to be taken care of. If you've had any men coming into your bathroom, and right now there used to be a porta potty out front. I thought that would never get moved, but that was with the other contractors. This contractor's been there since January, and we said, just come in and use the bathroom. It's okay, because we had the downstairs. So, we have to make sure we get it cleaned up and everything before anybody else is there. But you need to swish and wipe the toilet, and then wipe the countertop down and clean the sink. Make sure you have a fresh roll of toilet paper out. I love the stands that hold several rolls of toilet paper and a place to put wet wipes and a cell phone, that kind of thing. And then light a candle, or have maybe I like to do the diffuser. Those are nice. But, if you have children going to be there, I'd say maybe have a kid-safe battery-operated candle. You don't want to have something that could be a fire danger for the child. And then sweep and dust as needed. You don't have to clean every corner. Honestly, if you come to my house and you have your white glove on, I'll think, oh no, because I know how to clean, but I don't do that much of it now. But if you have kids at home, I really believe firmly, if the child can walk, they can help. They can pick up their toys. They can do this and that. They can bring things to you, and they can put things away. And there's just no excuses. Husbands help too. It's when I was teaching school in Texas, and we were having these Thursday night studies. Well, then I needed to be able to get my lesson plans in for the coming week on Thursday nights. Well, I had to talk to my principal and say, we have people over. Can I get them to you later? So I was given that opportunity then. But my husband would come home early, and he would vacuum, and he would clean the potties, And it's funny because one of our elders was named John, and so his wife said, I think we need to potty train John, because she wanted him to learn how to do that too. And then if you have a cat, you do need to scoop and change your litter box and move the feeders and get the pets out of the way there. Okay, with outdoors, sweep down your cobwebs. We had a brown house, and honestly, we had spiders who wanted to decorate every fall. They just knew I was going to put up something that looked like they needed spider webs. So you have to clean those out. You have to clean your mats off. And I like to have flower pots that just help say welcome. And I have seasonal decor that can be changed out, and that just makes it nice. We had oversized garage shelves in our garage where that I had kind of a dedicated area. This is where all the extra hospitality things went, and then I would have things wrapped up in plastic. And one of the ladies suggested to me that I could even hang a tarp in front of it because we were going through it seems like our houses were always under construction, so there's always sawdust kind of problems, and so that would take care of it. Do some Velcro and stick it up there to hold it up. And I could have extra dishes and things there. And what I would suggest when I was getting married 60 years ago, it was a big thing where you picked out your china pattern. Well, my sister, I guess, must have told me about using white because that's what I chose. And it's so versatile. I can put it with any color placemat, any color tablecloth, and it will look good. You can dress it up, you can dress it down. And I used to buy tablecloths at Bed Bath & Beyond. I think y'all have that here, don't you? Do you still have Bed Bath & Beyond? Or it may have gone out of business anyway. But, maybe online or something like that. Okay, and then there's a lot of fall leaf kind of cutouts made out of felt. Those are really good for fall. You can use them as a placemat or kind of a decorative area there. Nice silverware, matching plain glassware. And outdoors, we used to have a lot of we had several tables because we needed to group people at 3 different decks and down by the creek. So we had a lot of those, and I regret leaving some of that for the ones that bought our house. They have it up for sale again now, and I'm told they probably never lived in it. They probably just did more things to it and had it where they could sell it and make some more money. But I'd left a lot of things that I'd fixed for them for outdoor things because they said they loved it all. So anyway, just think about things that would make your guests feel comfortable. And then at the end of this, I have recommended things for Pinterest for recipes, napkin folding, and shower ideas. Websites. Now, I've never used this, but I think some women have, and they've said good things about it. It was www.pepperplate.com, where they can store recipes or make menu plans and shopping lists, and I'm not that organized. And then www.cozi.com for calendar for helpful events. I'm a paper and pencil kind of girl, so I don't do that. And we're just kind of wrapping up here. I have some ideas for gifts for friendship, and it's the gift of listening, the gift of appreciation, the affection, laughter, written notes, compliments, a favor, and a gift of a solution, a solitude, and a cheerful disposition. It's just, ideas of praise and understanding and concession and gratitude and attention, inspiration, and the gift of your personal presence. Because sometimes people just don't have enough of that from other people. I also have a page, I won't go over much of that, but it was some suggestions for if you're going to be waiting in a waiting room or a rehab center with someone, think about things that you would need if you were going to be there for a prolonged period of time. And it might be something like hand sanitizer. It might be something like a phone card or a restaurant gift card or a little word search thing, just some little activity. And thank you notes or something like this, and maybe homemade cookies. Just little things to let them know these are things that you can do to help you to feel more comfortable there. Right now, my daughter is staying with a family friend of hers in Philadelphia. The lady is in hospice care and at the point of death. And so, she's being there where she can interpret for the lady because the lady has to speak through, I guess they call that a stoma, something like this where she's lost her voice. So sometimes, just thinking of people who are in a situation that you can help out, it helps them a lot. I have a poem to share with you. This is called Heart Prints. This is the end of it here that was for us. Whatever our hands touch, we leave fingerprints on walls, on furniture, on doorknobs, dishes, books. As we touch, we leave our identity. Oh, please, wherever I go today, help me leave heart prints of compassion, of understanding and love, heart prints of kindness and genuine concern. May my heart touch a lonely neighbor, or a runaway daughter, or an anxious mother, or perhaps a dear friend. I shall go out today to leave heart prints, and if someone should say, I felt your touch, may that one sense be your love touching through me. So this is something I think if we need to keep in mind, that we're touching others' lives. Okay, may you be blessed with the lessons for today. Okay, we're finished. Appreciate your attention. I'll gather up all my belongings. I was so afraid you were not going to have good lighting. So I brought my really old magnifying light. Some little boys in my class, they're now getting married and graduating from college. They bought that for me years and years ago. And it's been wonderful because the Wayne's used it on mission trips and I've used it. So what do you...
We would like to thank you
for
the lessons on
how
hospitality.
Sweet. Well, thank you.
Laura, our Laura made you a pen box and the tray that we have some scripture on. Laura in the pink.
Oh, thank you.
And
thank you.
Just for
well, thank you so much.
Your hospital.
I appreciate that. Miss Martha is a wonderful hostess. She is.
Thank you. I know. I was like, did I have the toilet paper out when you
Well, I did put out another roll in the other bathroom. I thought, I know that's got to be under the cabinet, and I know that's getting low, and you know, I'm the toilet paper lady. When we get to heaven, I can't wipe tears. They're going to be wiped away. I'm going to interview, and I guess we won't need toilet paper either. Thank you.
So, if you have your pros and cons thing, just leave it on the back table. It helps us out when we plan our Ladies' Days events coming up. Wheezy has this biblical principle. It's a seminar, free seminar, Biblical Principles to Help Us Cope with Struggles of Life. It's Tuesday, May 20th through Friday, May 24th, 6:30 to 8 p.m. up in Littleton at the Senior Center. And they're covering things like overcoming guilt, overcoming addiction, overcoming depression, and overcoming conflicts. It sounds pretty good. And also June 21st up in Lancaster, they are having a song fest from 11 to 2, and lunch is provided. And you have our upcoming events in your folder. Kathleen's going to do prayer, and then we are done. And we thank you all for coming. You encourage us.
Okay. Dear Father, thank you for this day, and thank you for all the wonderful women to come here and the socializations we've done. Help us take to heart what we've learned and to practice and to help each other to grow in these areas. I also want to bring forth you to pray. Someone's going to pray for their sister Hannah and her brother-in-law Jake, that they will be able to get an apartment. They just put in an application. We'll pray for Dave McConnell. He's very sick, and his wife has limited mobility. And please pray for our son, because he starts a new career and that he returns to the Lord. We also pray for the Rhode Island Church, Tower Hill, Rhode Island, for preacher, unity, growth, and provision for the church that meets at. We have uncertainty with our building and praying for God's direction. And another one say, please pray for my son and family to see God and for the Spirit, actually. And dear Father, pray for others who have children who are not faithful, and help us to keep, even though it's hard and frustrating and we don't understand, but help us still to remember you're in charge, and that we don't have to know the why. We just have to remember you're in charge and keep putting you first and doing what you need us to do. Thank you for everything you've given us. In Jesus' name pray. Amen.
Oh, man.
Lexi, connect to that too. You're very, very sweet daughter. Looking at that because it could be anything with sidewalk talk.
Pictures, like I said, they were just the girls. But I think it's a good idea for people to